What's going on, Juco? Rumble YouTube family, what's happening? Whew, man, boy. There is a storm here like ain't nobody's business. I'm serious, man. This storm is crazy as hell. So, before we kick it off, before I say hi, let me let you know just fair warning, right? Fair warning. Uh, we got a storm here, right? So then if they starts acting crazy, y'all know what the deal is. First of all, can y'all hear me? Can y'all see me just fine? Y'all can hear me, y'all can see me just fine. Yes? How I sound, how I look. Well, I sound. If I look crazy, that's fine. That's all part of that's just part of it. Okay. All right, we good? Okay. All right. So, okay. Greetings and salutations. 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 Charlotte, what's that mean? Salutations. Remember that? All right. So, our first order of business, y'all know how we do. I mustard say hi. I can't ketchup say hi, but I could definitely catch up all the way down to the bottom of the screen. So, first on the list, ABC. Good evening. How you doing, sis? Welcome, welcome. ABC's in the house, y'all. Lord Race is also in the house. Welcome. I see you, sir. JJ, welcome, sir. Good to see you. JJ is in the house. Good to see you, JJ. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Santero59, how you doing, sir? Santero 59's in the house. Good to see you. And he's early too, y'all. Well, then again, I would say I'm early, but then again, I kind of messed that up. So I'll take the L for that. But it's good to see you, sir. Santero 59's in the house. Welcome, welcome. All right. Yes, yes. Rethink Inc. Oh shit. Rethink Inc.'s in the foundry. Good to see you, sir. Rethink Inc. J.R. Hartley's in the foundry. I see you. I see you. Yes, yes. I see you. Maria Walker, our amazing sister. Good to see you, Maria Walker. One of my day ones is in the foundry. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome. Good to see you, Maria Walker. Okay. Mojo Shop is in the foundry. Good to see you. We got all kinds of Joes. We got Mojo. We got Dojo. We got Bad Mojo Jojo. Y'all remember that? What's that cartoon? Pop-Up Girls. Yeah, I used to like that cartoon. That shit was all right, man. Bad Mojo Jojo. Mojo Shop's in the house. Good to see you, sir. Big Pine Sailing's also in the foundry. Good to see you. Good to see you. D. Allen Warren, how you doing, sir? D. Allen Warren's in the house. I thought I saw you on Bro Sanchez's last night. A couple of y'all in the foundry I caught on Bro Sanchez's last night. Bro Sanchez had a funny ass show. I showed up kind of late, and it was just funny. That shit was funny as hell, man. Just seeing these dudes clown on this dude. This guy's name was uh global global network, global something, global sector, global something. Let me say what's up to y'all first, and then I'll roll into how crazy it got in Sanchez's show. But we had our brother Retton. Retton was there. I don't know if Retton's here right now, if he's here tonight, but hopefully he is, because Retton had my ass rolling and shit. Oh boy, it was fun last night though. It was fun though. It was fun. Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, Big Pine Sailing, Rethink Inc., Maria Walker. Post anything too. Shit, you think I missed your ass, man? Well, I saw you. Post anything too's in the foundry. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Good to see you. Mind One Spirit is also joining us tonight. And oh shit, here we go. Is my internet acting up? Okay, it kind of was, but One Mind, One Spirit. How you doing, sir? Flat Irie, IE. How you doing, sir? From Ireland. Yes, yes. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Hey, Iron Earth 92,000 over on the Rumble side saying hi. Good to see you, family. It's good to see you, man. And thank you. Thank you for leaving us your channel right there, guys. If you want to join Iron Earth on the Rumble side, that right there is his channel. It is Iron Earth 92,000 on at rumble.com. You know all that. Iron Earth 92,000 at Rumble. There it is. There it is. There it is. All right, man. Vern Smith, how you doing, sir? Warrior, changing up that thumbprint. Good to see you, family. Good to see you. Warriors joining us, coming out to play tonight, and it's nice and early, so that's possible. Okay. Yeah. Nate X is in the foundry. Good to see you, sir. Nate X is here as well. Nate X, Saddle Bum. Yes, sir. Saddle Bum's in the foundry. Good to see you. Good to see you. Dr. Bose. Wow, I haven't seen you in a while, Doc. It's good to see the good doctors in the foundry tonight joining us. And thank you, Dr. Bose, for everything that you do on your Facebook channel, the Flat Earth Movement. So if you guys don't know Dr. Bose, please go ahead and drop that link for the Facebook channel, the Flat Earth Movement. It's an amazing, if you're on the Facebook. It is an amazing Facebook page. I love being on there. I love jumping on there. You've got some really good flat earthers out there. Those flat earthers that are on there that haven't joined us here in the Foundry, that should be joining us here on the Foundry, because I post twice a week. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I might miss it if I have that random show that I might drop, but I'm like clockwork. You know what I'm saying? Twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays. You know, I'm always posting in there that my show is coming on. So all you guys go ahead and join our brother Dr. Bose on the Facebook chat. Yes, please. Anyway, for all you guys that have your channels, JJ, who else is in here? JJ got his channel. ABC got her channel. Iron Earth, you've got your channel too. We know we love you too, brother. Iron Earth, and anybody else, guys, please do not wait on me. Just go ahead, drop that joker. Go ahead and drop that shit on in there. Let everybody see you. Okay. J.R. Hartley, I got you, sir. Saddlebum, I also got you. Mr. Warrior coming out to play, I got you too. Dr. Bose, Santero 59, ABC, J.R. Hartley. David, how you doing, David? David's in the house. David and his sling. Good to see you. Davy and Goliath. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, we are moving. Retton, there he is. Retton's in the foundry. Good to see you, bro. Retton's in the foundry, boy. That motherfucker. You had me rolling last night, man. You and Bro Sanchez. His name was like Global something. Man, I tell you, listen, man. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna keep scrolling down. I'm gonna keep saying what's up to y'all. But I'm just gonna undoctrinated's in the foundry. Good to see you, sir. All right. Jim Anus, the big anus, the big chocolate starfish. Good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. Jim Anus is in the foundry, y'all. And guys, Jim, I know you got your channel. JJ, I know you got your channel. Guys, please drop your links. Drop your links. Do not wait on me. Don't wait on me. Drop your links. Make sure everybody's got access to you and those links as well, okay? And guys, make sure when you get those links that you sub to these channels. It's good to see y'all. It is good to see y'all, man. Psyop within a psyop, mirror within a mirror. Good to see you, family. Good to see you. Doctrinated, Monkey Cat Pat Pat, welcome, sir. Good to see you. CK, welcome, welcome. It's funny because it's like anytime Monkey Cat Pat Pat shows up, CK also arrives at the same time. That's something of note. That's something that I've noticed from time to time. So guys, just y'all seeing what I'm seeing? I don't know. Do you see what I see? One mind, one spirit. Good to see y'all. I'm making it down this list. D. Allen Warren, how you doing, sir? I think I said hi to you, but ain't nothing wrong with saying hi twice. Greg, Big G's in the house. Greg Live Music, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. True Earth Whisperer, how you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome. It is good to see you. God's watching this flat earth. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. He most certainly is. Sam, Flat Earth Recon. How you doing, Sam? Good to see you, Sam. Sam, it's been a while. I know you've been busy. I know you've been working and doing all kinds of stuff and a bunch of other things, but it's good to see you. Welcome, sir. Brian Roy, King Roy's in the house. Welcome, sir. Brian Roy's in the foundry. Good to see you. Good to see you. The Akinators also here. Welcome to the foundry. We see you. Welcome to Akinator. It is good to see you. It is good to see y'all. Man, Chima. Chima, Mr. Lopez. How you doing, sir? Chima's in the foundry, coming out all the way from Berlin. I think you're in either Munich or Berlin. I forget which, but remind me so I don't sound too stupid saying that you're in Berlin. But I know you're in Germany. It's good to see you. We don't get to see our people over in the Berlin side. We don't get to see our people over in China often. So when you guys come, we got to break out the fine china. You know what I'm saying? And we got to break out this actual silverware that's made of silver. And we can't bring out the stainless steel stuff. So you guys are our special guests, and it's always good to have you guys here. Not saying that you other guys ain't special, but we don't get these guys as often. You know what I'm saying? So we got to bring out, the good china. We got to let them in the living with, with their shoes off, though. But know, we got to give them the good stuff. Wake up now. See you, family. Good to see you. All right. Okay. Cheese wheel, welcome. Cheese wheel. Oh, buddy. Here we go. Guys, keep an eye on this joker right here. Cheese wheel. Keep an eye on cheese wheel. Welcome, cheese wheel. I see spin. Welcome. Good to see you. All right. I think we are making it down this list and pretty flat earth outlaw. Hey, Harmon. How you doing, family? Harmon's in the house. Flat earth outlaw. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Setneg. Welcome. Welcome. Good to see you, family. Our brother Setneg is in the house, man. We are moving, we are grooving, and I think we're doing pretty decent time. All right, making it down this list. All right, yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So global status, that's his name. So last night we were on actually Retton was on the panel with Bro Sanchez, and so he was giving his piece, and there was a dude named Global status. I'm sorry, you just wrote that thing out, and I'm just playing stupid right now. So, what happens is that he gave global status a question. He asked him, "What's the circumference of the Earth?" Global status is one of these dudes. He sounds like a Hotep hustler. If you guys don't know what a Hotep hustler is, a Hotep hustler is just a brother that talks like about this shit that he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Basically, like the Earth is round because the ancients out of Kemet saying they taught us that the roundness of the earth is representative of the woman's belly when she's pregnant. You know what I'm saying? That's why they call it the earth. You know what I'm saying? And so the gods want you to have this knowledge, family. The gods that want you to have this, and he's one of them, right? No smoke, not trying to talk bad about the brother behind his back. I kind of am, but I'm not trying to. Anyway, I'm just trying to relay a story. That's all I'm doing. So Retton went ahead and asked him that question. What's the circumference of the earth? My man didn't even know. Didn't even know. So, okay, before we continue, if you're a glober and you don't know the small basic things of your own model, then maybe, and I'm not going to sit here and just talk shit to you, right? I think what this is, it's not only a lesson for globe earthers, it's also a lesson for flat earthers as well. Just but not really, this isn't an address to the flat earth. It's more an address, but both parties, I want you to listen. If you don't know the things like that, right? Like your own parameters as far as the shape of the earth, the size of the earth, the diameter, the radiuses and all that, the speeds. Like maybe you should brush up on these things prior to entering the battle royal. Because if you enter the battle royal not knowing one of those things or not knowing any of those things, you're going to find your ass out the ring immediately. And then you're going to bring yourself to be fucking made fun of the rest of the time, which is exactly what happened on Bro Sanchez's show. See if I can pull that shit up, man. I'm over here talking all this shit. So it was wild. Like they just kept roasting this dude last night. And I felt a little embarrassed for him. Yeah, I felt a little embarrassed for him, but I think it was well deserved. And it was a well placed questioning because it just goes to show you that just because you think you're on a particular side and you think you know it all, you don't you don't. I'm not saying that I know everything. I'm not, and that's not the claim that I'm trying to make, but basically, to wrap all that up, just take the time, ask the questions, and do your own research because somebody else might be fucked up, right? And the last thing you want is to be getting bad information from one source, and meanwhile that one source is a very loud voice giving this bad information to everybody else. So that's what you definitely want to avoid. But let me go to this dude. Hold on. So yo, this is wild as shit. Major face palm. Oh yeah. See, y'all know these special names. Major Facepalm, what's happening, family? So Major Facepalm says the Dunning Kruger effect. I'm sure this is like some term used for a logic. Like I hear what's his name? I don't even want to say the motherfucker's name, but y'all know who it is. What's it? But I just said it, even though I said I didn't want to say it. But y'all know he always says, "Hey, bro, that's the Dunning Kruger effect," and obviously you don't know what it is because blah blah blah. That's the Dunning Kruger effect, bro. What now, bro? The Dunning Kruger effect, fam. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what's it be saying Dunning Kruger, and I'm like, that's my fault for not even looking into it, right? But I don't know what it is. I'm like, yeah, I heard it, and so you had this dude last night here. See, I'm talking all this shit about it. I want y'all to hear this dude. I want y'all to hear this dude because he is just outrageous. Like for real. He is. There he is, right here in the top, right? Bro Sanchez. You know, Bro Sanchez has a robust panel, a whole bunch of people, and they're just letting this dude cook. And then it's him and Retton and Bro Sanchez. Like these three are just going at it. So listen.
You didn't say what I said. You didn't say what I said. You talk, the more you gonna make yourself look dumb.
I'll take the smoke.
No. Fall back. I got him. Fall back.
I told you what I tell y'all, man.
Can I ask you a question now? I answered.
My man is like on an MCI network or like a Sprint Mobile or some shit because his comms are just absolutely atrocious. But let's let him keep talking.
Your question. Can I ask you a question now?
Is that you running? No, you didn't, bro. You just ran from me, bro.
You asked me a question and I answered.
You see, yeah, and that's what much of it was last night. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I want you to hear a lot of it though. So
going to under they dead homies at a vigil that's made for Bloods, but we going to honor these and like, bro, you ain't disrespecting they stuff or nothing. Remember them the people that killed your homies. Why you even on they shit? Your homies' energy in the hood at the places y'all grew up at the shrine.
Disagree, but our people ain't gather for the same reason this Stone Mountain. Even
bro, you don't even know why they gathered. I asked you that and you didn't know earlier.
Yes, I do.
There was a lot of that going on, by the way, last night. So there was a lot of, they would ask him a question and he would give either a roundabout answer, still not answering the question, or he would just go straight into left field. And here's the thing, I'm not sitting there to make fun of the dude. So please don't take this as me trying to bash the dude. But I want us to like pay attention and listen.
We can rewind the video. Let's just move. You don't, brother. You don't. They gonna rewind the video. That's why I asked you that, brother. I asked you that. You did not know.
When I looked it up,
you just looked it up. You didn't know earlier.
Everything I need to see.
And I'm telling you right now, if you showed up to debate about Stone Mountain, but you didn't show up already prepared and you doing this shit as you go, that's why you failed miserably. I'm just giving you some advice to make yourself better, man. Quit. You full of ego, bro. You're not right. Okay, you're wrong, bro. You came up here. I asked you two things you should have known about Stone Mountain. You said you didn't know them, but you said I just looked it up, but you still can't tell me the generals that's carved into the mountain. That's like saying I looked up something about Mount Rushmore. Okay, tell me the faces that's carved in Mount Rushmore.
The faces carved in Darth Vader, motherfucking Elvis.
Oh, I don't even know the faces, Sanchez, that's carved in the damn mountain, but I'm gonna teach you something about it.
He's gonna ask you to listen after this. Why does he tell you to listen?
Like, just stop, bro. Go with your flat earth thing. So I asked you some more shit about it. I'm gonna ask you some more shit about it that I know you don't know. So let's just go with the flat earth thing, bro. I'm gonna keep asking you questions about it, bro. I'm telling you.
We can go to flat earth, but I guarantee I know what I'm talking about.
Oh shit. So y'all hear that, right? We could go to flat earth, but I guarantee I know what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's let him cook.
You go to flat earth because I was trying to. I take in a lot of information, bro. But I got my base. So that's for one, you got to understand my mind. So that don't mean what you said is true. But we go to flat earth now. For flat earth, old buddy, they be talking. What a one-on-one. You hear you ain't run because I'm gonna make you run. I guarantee you when I make my point, You gonna be doing all that, running around.
Oh shit.
Now where you at? I want to make sure you here when I address.
My man was talking big. My man was talking big. Yo, like, yo, that's what it is. Like, he sets it up beautiful. You know what I'm saying? My man was talking big than a motherfucker. So, okay. Let me stop. Let me shut up.
Address you. Where you at?
I don't know, but make sure you get straight to it too.
See there? There you go. Come on, man. Quit acting scary, bro. Quit acting scary, bro, because I'm on your ass, bro. Quit acting scary. Now listen.
Substitute for all flat earth problems.
Quit being egotistical. Quit being egotistical.
Look, I
It's
feel my
me.
ego.
You say what you gonna say.
That's my choice. That's not your choice. That's my choice. I'm the dictator. I dictate.
Well,
my
don't call nobody scared
bro.
if you egotistical.
Listen, bro. I can be ego all I want. Now,
I told y'all he was saying, listen, that's all he knows. Listen.
Appreciate y'all for the super chats. I'm gonna read y'all. Appreciate the love.
world is a globe, bro.
Exactly. Listen.
It's a globe.
Listen. Listen. Keisha, you know how niggas and bitches be talking.
You ain't got no argument, bro. That's all you do. Now, about do you believe? Let me show you how cool and dumb you is. Now, you believe that the earth spin 1,000 miles per hour? He need help. He can't do no one-on-one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you think he think this is the best question you got? Are you serious? That's the best question you can ask. Are you serious?
Though, bro, if it's so easy, just answer it, bro. Like that Ted was telling me to do. You do it.
Get him
ready.
I don't believe in nothing. Either I know it or I don't know it. That answer your question?
Right, bro. Right.
All right, next question.
Make you run tonight.
What's your next question? I don't believe in nothing. What's next?
You weak, dog. You weak, bro.
Okay, prove it.
You need to take some of your flat earthers, man.
All right. So real quick, there was much of that going on. But I'm not saying that debates are useless, but debates, in my opinion, you know what I'm saying? It's time we just move on past them, because you'll come across a very highly egotistical person. And my thing at the end of the day is like, look, either you go and you do the research yourself that every one of us has done, whether we wanted to or not, we did it, right? Or just shut up. You know what I'm saying? Don't sit there arguing with a motherfucker if you hadn't done a lot of this research. But let's go back to it. But there was much of that, so just bear with it. Bear with me, please.
Prove it.
And make sure they on point. I'm doing this out of respect for you, because you know a lot, and you put in a lot of work.
I bet you I can
all right, bro. Go against me. Fuck it. I'll take the smoke.
Fall back. I got him. Fall back.
I told you what I tell y'all, man.
Can I ask you a question now? I answer your question. Can I ask you a question now?
Exactly. You run it. No, you did, bro. You just ran from me, bro.
You asked me a question and I answered it. How I ran?
Like a female.
You asked me a question and I answered it. You asked me a question, I answered it. How I'm running?
Hey, I'm gonna need you to hit the weed, regardless of whatever you talking about. You gotta run.
The man asked me a question and I answered it. He said I run from him.
Man, bro, you say that.
The man asked the weakest question in the United States of America.
This is what you come out to be. That's how I know, bro.
Do you have another question? Do you have another question or not?
You do the same thing, bro. No, because you weak, bro. I want somebody else. I don't even want to.
Oh, he running. Now he running. See how he running? Now he running.
All right, tell me what you got. Hit me with your best shot.
He running now.
Give me somebody else, man.
What I did.
Give me somebody else, bro.
Hold on, what I did. Tell everybody what I did.
I don't want that, dude.
Tell the panel what I did.
I want your best shot, bro.
I want somebody else.
Hold on.
You ran like I said you ran.
Okay.
You ran because you said you don't believe in nothing. That means you don't believe in globe or flat earth. So you just waiting. You waiting to see what I gotta say to see if you can rebuttal. Just like a female, bro. You don't be standing on what you be saying. Give me somebody else.
He is exposing himself. Let him talk. The more he talk, the more he gonna make himself look dumb. The more he talk, the more he make himself look like an idiot.
This nigga lips should be tired. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Shit.
He drunk. He drunk.
I had these conversations daily offline, bro. I know.
I bet you he drunk. I bet y'all he drunk.
All the time, bro.
I bet y'all he drunk.
Bro, this me. No.
I give Sanchez some props because he let them just go. He let them go. Sometimes you just let them go, sit back, get you a shake. You know what I'm saying? Sit back, sip on your a little ice cream shake, and just enjoy it, man. And just let people go. Let them go and let them sort it out, right?
Normal, bro. This me normal, bro.
Damn, that's you normal? Oh, don't tell nobody that.
Don't know me.
Don't tell nobody that,
me,
man.
though.
You better listen. I'm just saying, you drunk now.
You don't know me.
You drunk.
Bro, I'm cool with the people who I'm with, though. I'm cool with the people who I'm with, though. I don't need nobody to prove.
Could you ask me a question or what, man? You call me out and you embarrassing yourself.
Oh, man, you ain't answer my question, man.
I did answer you. You just said I answered your question, but you ain't said it right, though. You didn't say what I say. You didn't say what I said. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. The panel heard me.
Rewind.
Hey, panel. Hey, what I said, panel.
Because they said know what he's saying. That's a difference.
I told him I don't believe in nothing. I know. And he said I'm running. You see that?
Man, bro. Look here. Man,
now look here. Now look here.
Oh, man.
Man,
that's all right. There was a lot of that going on last night. I know. You want to know something? Love the channel. Love the energy. There was a lot. That dude was out there yelling. Anyway, let me get right to the point because I was sitting there trying to get to it and I couldn't get. I'm just like sitting there getting to it. This dude wasn't letting him ask his question. So he asked him, "What's the circumference of the Earth?" My man was puzzled. He didn't fucking know. So basically, it all summed up to this. All that, right? And then it was that question. He didn't know, but he was still right. But the thing is, it's your model. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't know? You're so positive and intent on this place being a globe. You should know your own model, right? So you should know okay, for example, that's my I'm driving a purple Lamborghini, right? Whatever, I want to drive purple. I'm driving a purple Lamborghini. What kind of fuel does it take? Are you sure that's your Lamborghini? I'm positive that's my Lamborghini. I've been driving it for 15 years. I know exactly what kind of car I drive. What kind of fuel you taking? I don't know, but that's still my Lamborghini. Motherfucker, if that's your car, you should know your car. If these are, if this is your Nintendo, you should know what games come with it. If that's your Genesis, what games come with it? If you are a wine connoisseur, you should know about wines. So this dude is a globe. He even has globe in his name, globe status. So just letting everybody know he's like a globe professional. This dude is a globe pro. You know what I'm saying? Still couldn't answer a simple question. What is the circumference of the Earth? Even if 25,000 miles, easy, all day, right? Anyway, saying all that to say, you want to talk all that shit. You want to this dude was talking shit from top to the bottom, rooter to the tutor. I'm telling you. And he couldn't answer the simple question. Then once Bro Sanchez, later on in the program, Bro Sanchez asked him if he, and or rather he was asking them if they knew how the seasons worked. And then they were like, well, I mean, here's the crazy thing. This is one thing I've noticed about lots of these globe folks, right? They'll say, well, where's your model? What do you mean, where's my model? Like, why do you need a model for? To say that the Earth is one way and not your way? Why do you need a model? Like, they keep saying this model. You know what? I have a model X-Wing. I have an X-Wing model. You know what the X-Wing is from? Anybody ever seen Star Wars? That's what the X-Wing is, right? I've got a model Millennium Falcon, okay? Anybody seen Star Wars? That's what that is. I've got a model fucking At Walker. Anybody ever seen one of them? But that's what that is. They're all from Star Wars, all from Star Wars lore. So you could have all these fucking models, right? You could have a Model X Wing, Model B Wing, Model A Wing, TIE Fighter, don't matter, Millennium Falcon, at Walker. All of them are models. None of them are real. They look like metal. They fly. They got blasters. They've got jet propulsion or whatever. All of them is fake. All of them are for Hollywood. They're designed for one thing, and that is to entertain you. This Earth ball, no different. To entertain you. I got a ball right here. I got an Earth ball right there. Y'all see it? The Reploge globe right there in the bottom left of the screen, right? The top corner right there. I've got one. See? Let me show you. I've got a globe, right? That's a model of what this Earth is doing. It's not the correct model, but it's something that you could bring around and you could play with. It looks good, makes my room look, and see the framing. Let me tell you something. The framing is made of wood. It jives well. It makes me appear as if I know what the fuck I'm doing. It makes me look smart, right? Makes me look some kind of way. You know, people come up in here and they're like, "Oh, Vlad, man, you so smart, dog. You got a big old picture up here." That's not even the proper way the Earth is situated, by the way. You got a globe down there, dog. You are mad learned. You know what I'm saying? You got your shit figured out, man. Masterpiece stared out this motherfucker, right? But then I might not know how to use this motherfucker, right? And it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter if I know how to use that because that's not how this place is situated anyway. It doesn't matter, right? I would say that it's gotten to the point to where I'm starting to, and this is my opinion, I could be wrong. I'm starting to believe that this globe like that was made the way it's made just to save space, just to be able to use this thing without having to go around a gigantic table trying to figure things out if you were a cartographer or if you were a ship's navigator, right? It was readily available. That thing is right there. It is readily available. And if you wanted to get to another side of the place, you would turn it, right? You would just turn it. So just because it's set up that way, it may be in the design for those that are using it for whatever reason. That doesn't mean that the Earth is situated that way. Because you've had globes from ages ago, almost 600 years, like 600-ish years ago, right? They had globes. They didn't have them before that. And look at how this world is. You just see how magnificent this world is. All these ancient structures and how they're laid out. You mean to tell me they couldn't have made a globe before 1492? They couldn't have figured out to make a globe and a model, because these globe earthers are just obsessed with the model. They couldn't have just made a model of this place and then just put it on like a stick and spun it around with little drawings of where if this place was actually what they said it was. Like they could have made it 900 years ago. These people were plenty smart, right? Things were built already apparently. The Sphinx, the freaking the Colossus of Rhodes, all kinds of stuff. Freaking Hadrian's Wall, the Great Wall of China. All kinds of stuff was already made ages ago, right? You mean to tell me they couldn't figure that out? You got the Taj Mahal, for crying out loud. That's built. That's made. See, another thing that I'm starting to realize is that, and I think this is something that I've already said or alluded to before, is that this is why they want you to be out of your mind. And what I mean by that is this: just think about it. Anytime we look at these old world structures, what's the first thing we thought when we were kids? Damn, these guys are old. They're old. They're old fashioned. They don't know the world the way we know it, the way we know it. They don't understand just the basics of science. Look at these old structures made of marble, stuff that we just can't replicate to this day. This is, you know what's crazy? This is how we were brought up. And even as grown adults, I guarantee you, if you go out on the street and you talk to any layperson and you just ask them, "Hey, listen, what do you think of the Taj Mahal?" You're like, "Wow, I don't know how they put something as magnificent and beautiful and grand as the Taj Mahal together. I'm just kind of shooting from the hip, right? I don't know how they put that together, but this was back in the day. That's old-fashioned technology. We got it all figured out. Look at freaking the Sears Tower. Sears Tower compared to the Taj Mahal? Are you serious? Right? Even the freaking the temple in Jerusalem, the Temple Mount. That's like a magnificent structure. They just don't make them like that no more. We can't replicate that. Marble, alabaster, freaking all kinds of quartzes and stones and all these just magnificent and just tremendous sizes of blocks of stone, pieces of wood and stuff like that. You go out into Russia, it resembles much of what they got in the Middle East and some of Asia Minor. And it's just like the technology and their know-how was just through the roof. We can't do any of that today. And we think that's old and old-fashioned. So this is the mindset. We're taught to think backwards, which is to our detriment because all they have to do is throw into the mix the globe earth. You do all that, we'll never find our fucking way. Because every way we look, if we try to, what would happen is you would try to reason it out. You would try to reason this world out. You would be like, well, they were pretty old fashioned, but they made things look nice back in the day, but they were still old fashioned. They still didn't understand technology. They still had their heads up their asses, and we got it all figured out. Look at all these boxable structures that we have. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm beating a dead horse with that, but it's almost as if they put you in a maze to where they sealed off the rooms that would lead you to outside, that would lead you to the finish line or outside of the maze. And this is all done on purpose, right? And much of what the globe fails to realize is that that's why you don't that's why it's hard for us to mention other things, other aspects of this world to you. Like we don't even go there with you. We're still at square one with globe people. Yeah. Oh yeah, Vern Smith, totally. My lunch break, I am Kairos, Lucius Aurelian, a lot of these channels, right? Geomancy, a lot of these channels are great with the old world structure. Shawnee B, I don't even know if Shawnee B's in here. Usually Shawnee B's in here, right? Shawnee B is an excellent channel for that. And Shawnee B has shorts. He just has them. Boom. Just like that. So going back to who I was talking about with the layperson, right? I'd say an excellent example of that is from our brother Blacklight, right? Blacklight had an amazing. The thing I love about Blacklight, man, is that he will ask motherfuckers questions. And I thought I was good at asking questions. He just asks questions, just basically lays the cheese out there and let the mice go ahead and run to it without swatting at the mice. He wants to see how much mice is going to go run to that cheese. You know what I'm saying? And so I think he did a phenomenal job with doing that yesterday. And so if you didn't see it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to present our brother Blacklight over here doing his thing. Hold on, where's that? Where? There we go. So it's Blacklight's flat earth conversation with a Lyft driver. Here he is right here cooking. So y'all go ahead and y'all listen.
Got a bit of a random question for you. About 10 years ago or so, I found out, well, there's a theory, some people that think that the earth is flat. I was wondering, have you heard about that at all?
Well, yeah, I've heard the flat earth, I guess, conspiracy theory or whatever, yeah.
You think there's any legitimacy to it, or?
No.
I don't think it's possible at all.
I don't know.
Now, you guys listen. He's asking questions to kind of keep him interested, lure him in, right? Just kind of poking and prodding, but listen, this is very important, and I would like to engage with the Foundry also and see what it is you guys take away from this conversation in part 1. So listen.
I mean, if it's for it to possibly be true, every single thing we've ever known or thought, or things that have supposedly happened, couldn't possibly have actually happened. And that would be a pretty big conspiracy in and of itself, to say that all of the scientists, all the people who looked at telescopes at, you know, the other planets and the universe and all of the supposed trips of spaceships going up. None of that could have happened if the Earth is flat. I mean, and
You think that they landed on the moon back in the day?
yeah, I think they did. You know, I know there's a lot of, I mean, there's, you know, tons of theories and you know, I hate to call them conspiracy theories because there's things that I look at and go, okay, this can't be the way, you know,
Right.
it really is. But yeah, I think that.
Wow. So, you know, what's wild about that? Before I get to my thoughts, first off, shout out. We were just talking bad about you, bro. Our brother Black Lights in the Foundry. Good to see you, sir. Black Lights in the Foundry, y'all. Good to see you. Good to see you. Roger Ledwell is in the Foundry, y'all. Good to see you, Raj. Good to see you, Roger. Shawnee B is actually here. We were just talking bad about you too, bro. Good to see our brother Shawnee B. So all three of you guys, look, do not wait on me. Black Light, Roger, Shawnee B. You guys drop your channels, drop your links. Do not wait on me to do it. You guys do it because I'm not gonna do it. Please go ahead, do it. Hey, Barbara, how you doing, sis? Good to see our sister, Barbara, Jehovah's daughter. Barbara has been making a record. She has been coming here these last few episodes, and it's amazing. Good to see you, sis. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see our sister Barbara's in the Foundry. Oh, me no more. What's happening, family? Good to see you, man. Oh, me no more is in the Foundry. Good to see you, sir. It's been a while. I haven't seen you post nothing, but it's good to see you, though, man. Major face palm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see. Pebbles. Hey, sis. Good to see our sister Pebbles is here. Good to see Pebbles. And who else we got? Who else we got? Who else we got? Who else we got? I know we got more people that came in here that I didn't say hi to, and I'm about to say hi to y'all. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Bear with me. Lev Kung, what's going on, bro? Lev Kung's left-handed self is here. Good to see you, fam. Lev Kung Shaolin is in the Foundry. Sea Lightning 3, how you doing, sir? Welcome, sir. Welcome. It's good to see our brother Sea Lightning out of Saskatchewan, right? He's out of Canada. Good to see you, Sea Lightning. Good to see you. All right. Okay. So, where were we? Okay. So we were talking about what was just previously discussed right there with the Lyft driver and our brother Christy Lee Dolls. Hey, Christy Lee, our sister Christy Lee Dolls is also a lefty. Hey, how you doing, sis? Good to see you. Good to see you, Christy Lee Dolls. Good to see you, sis. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, so what's important to get from this whole thing, man, is that I believe if I do recall, that dude is a throwback from the 60s. So he got to see the moon launches take place, kind of like, Harmon is old and shit. That dude's old too. So he got to see the moon landings. No offense, but I mean, he ain't no spring chicken, right? But he got to see the moon landings take place real live time, depending on how you see it. But he got to see it at real time. And so when he did, kind of walks away with that. I don't know how this guy was raised. I don't know the kind of life that he lived. But another thing I recognize is if you have good times, if you have good moments, right, that are taking place with these things that never happen. First time it ever happened, you have something good happen, right? It's going to stick with you, or there's a good chance that it will stick with you. And anytime something that recognizes that, you'll always recall fond memories, right? And you don't want to let those fond memories go. And that's fair. And that's like, I'm not saying you suck because of that. Not at all. I'm saying I understand. You know what I'm saying? For example, one of them, I don't like orange sherbet. I fucking hate orange sherbet, right? And the reason why is because, when I was a kid, I remember going to Alexander's Kings Plaza Mall out there in Brooklyn, right? Over there on Flatbush Avenue. And my parents I was like 4 years old. I'll never fucking forget. My parents got me fucking orange sherbet ice cream. And I was like, what's this? This is weird. It was a creamsicle. And then I ate that shit. And then I ain't like that shit at all. And I don't know what the fuck my problem was as a kid, right? But anytime I ate ice cream, that shit was all over the fucking place. So I'm eating this motherfucker. I don't like it. And I'm like, I don't like it. And my parents was like, you don't like it? Well, what do you want? You want another ice cream? You better eat that shit. You know what I'm saying? Old school Haitian parents. That's just how it is, man. And so I was like, I ain't like it. My hands were sticky as fuck. I didn't like it so much. I ended up getting a fucking fever. I didn't like that shit, right? I ended up getting a fever. And then my parents fucking, they were talking shit to me the whole car ride home. So that was my experience with orange creamsicles. To this day, I swear to you, I hate orange creamsicles. I do not like orange sherbet. I do not like orange creamsicles. I just don't like them shits, right? That's a memory that's attached to that occurrence back in damn 1983 or some shit, right? That shit was way back in the day. Now, on the flip side, of course, we are flat earthers. Of course, we don't believe in space as they teach it or as we've been taught and everything like that. I remember growing up, I remember being in class, right? Miss Schmieder's class, same year, 1983. Uh, Miss Schmieder comes to me. She's like, your dad's here. Like, oh, yay, my dad's here. And it was great. My dad was there. He was like, come on. And then I was like, okay. I was like, he's bringing me out of school. It was like damn 10 o'clock, something like that in the morning. And then I was like, hey, Dad. He was like, guess where we're going? I was like, I don't know. I didn't know anything. I didn't know shit. I was fucking 4 years old at the time. And he's like, we're going to go see Return of the Jedi. And that's all my brothers were talking about. So we went to go see the Return of the Jedi matinee, right? And it was fucking early first show at the same mall, Kings Plaza, RKO. At the time, it was RKO Studios, right there on Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn. And so I was like, oh snap, yay, we get to go see Return of the Jedi because I was a big Star Wars fan. Now, anytime I think of Star Wars, my first thing that I think of is people standing in line, right? It looked like a fucking Comic-Con. You should have seen people dressed up as Ewoks. That was the first time you got to see Ewoks. People dressed up as you had a whole bunch of Darth Vaders and Luke Skywalkers. You had a bunch of black people dressed up as Luke Skywalker. It was funny as shit, but it was what it was. You know what I'm saying? You had this one dude dressed up as Chewbacca. It looked phenomenal. So the line was from here to fucking Chicago. We still managed to get in. That was Return of the Jedi, right? So anytime I have memories of Star Wars, my first thought is that long line getting in to go see the Return of the Jedi matinee, right? And those are fond memories. So anytime I think of Star Wars, I kind of think of them with warmth, right? With good memories. This is natural. That's okay. This is a normal thing. So I don't know how this dude that was driving the taxi, how he felt, how he grew up, how he was raised, and his moments, the occurrences, because there's a good possibility that brings back memories. The summer of 1969, they fucking, the summer of love, I guess it is. They launched the fucking rocket, and you could remember everything during that time. That's the first time they launched a rocket. Music is playing. The Mets win the World Series later on that year, right? With Sandy Koufax, I think. I'm a Mets fan. Anyway, but right, a whole bunch of shit happens in 69. Motherfucking what's his name? Old dude made a fucking song, the summer of 69, about that year, 1969. For all you guys that have lived through it, that were probably, say you were in your teens, or even if you were going into your preteens, right? Woodstock. So you had a lot of stuff going on in 1969. I would imagine that the penultimate thing happening in 1969 was being the moon rockets taken off, right? Or the launch of Apollo 11 at that time. And so, yes, for those of us that believe in that, hell yeah, you're going to say everything about that shit was real. You want to know how I know it was real back in 1969? Somebody would say, because I remember my mom was, and they would say some shit that don't make sense. My mom was making a steak and then I ate it. And then I remember it was probably the best steak I had ever had. Right. And that was the first time I ever used A1 steak sauce. That's how I know that the moon landings were real. Like people come up with dumb shit like that. Like I know it sounds crazy, but people come up with dumb reasons as to why they know that it happened. They saw it on TV as one. Another thing is some dumb shit that might have happened in the house and that was their first time. Because you got to remember, this is the first time anything like this happens and it's televised worldwide, right? And here you are, you get to you don't even know what's going to happen next. So anything that happens is so new that your brain has no choice but to remember it. So now fast forward fucking 57 years, 56 years later, right? And then you got this dude in your car asking you if what you believe to be real occurred, right? Blacklight's asking him a legit question. Right? I wasn't around during that time. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Right? I didn't have family working at well, I take that back. I did have family actually working at NASA at that time. That's actually pretty crazy, ain't it? But I didn't know anybody. I wasn't even alive during then. I was born like fucking like 9 years later. So I was in I have no memory of that going on. But you're gonna have people holding on to those memories. False, whether that shit happened or not, people are just going to hold on to them and they're going to fight you tooth and nail for every last one of those memories, especially if they come packaged with a good time. You know what I'm saying? With the memories, with the smells, with the music, with the people. You were probably, if you were a little bit older, say you were 17, 18, and it was the summer of love, and you were a dude out there, man, you were probably getting all kinds of punani, man. And you were just, you were enjoying yourself. You were like, that was the best year of my life. I got laid for the first time. I got all kinds of trim. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you're gonna and the moon, and they launched the fucking rocket, dog. Hell, man, shit. Life couldn't be any better back in 1969, other than the Vietnam War and people getting killed, right? It couldn't get any better than that for you. Smoking herb, listening to good music, getting girls, driving big muscle cars, getting in trouble and not really getting in trouble. For a lot of people, it was the best time of their lives. So why would you want to cut out something like the moon landing? And this is where it gets a little bit trippy. So that was the part one for that. It's a two-part thing, right? And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get out of that. And wait, which one is that? Okay. So we're going to roll into the second one that Blacklight did, right? And this is a part two of that. So let's let this guy do his thing.
With the technology and with where mindsets and stuff were, and like back in the 60s when the first spaceship went up into space and right back down, that we were all in school, like in grade school at the time, and wasn't like it is now, that they took the whole school into this gymnasium where they had basically a regular size television set up that we could watch that first
You watched it live in
thing that
school.
went up and came back down, and at the point later when the moon landing and those things, I think for that to have been all a fake deal, to have gone as long as it did with people involved, somebody mouthing up and saying something, that definitely disproved it. But it's interesting stuff. Yeah.
I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, sure. You take care.
Yeah, that's awfully nice of our brother Blacklight going in there and asking those questions without kind of shitting on that dude's parade and being like, well, dumb motherfucker, old man, you know the world is flat, stupid. Yeah, good. Good thing you didn't do that. I appreciate you for that. Flat Bob, what's going on, sir? Good to see you. Good to see you. So yeah, man. So I'm glad that he posed the question in that way. And he dropped the nugget of what about the flat earth? And so the guy, of course, he says, oh no, I couldn't see it being flat because it doesn't work that way. It can't be because somebody would have said something. Yeah, of course somebody would have said something. But this is how, and of course, you know, it's easy to say now, but if you aren't in a lifestyle or if you aren't around certain things, then understanding the concept of compartmentalization, it feels a little bit hard to believe unless you live it. Do live it. Like you live it. People live in compartmentalization. Like in your own families you live it. How many times you did some shit, you tell your brothers, hey man, don't tell mom and dad. Okay, you're sworn to secrecy. And so you live and you carry on life. You know, somebody did something, burnt fucking half the high school down. Nobody knows who did it, but you do. It was your brother, right? Mom and dad don't know who did it. They think it was one of your stupid friends that ended up getting in trouble for it, but you held on to that secret. Part of that is compartmentalization. Now that's compartmentalization at an extreme, right? And that's a little bit crazy, but everybody does it. Everybody has done it. Now that's one of the more, like I said, one of the more extreme aspects of compartmentalization. But in real life, this is like how it works, right? Like you could be in the military and then you could be read into a program. And as you're read into that particular program, you're working on a certain aspect of a project that you're not even given the true name of that project sometimes, unless they have to upgrade you for whatever reason. And this is all on a need to know basis. Now, a friend next to you could be working something similar but different from what it is you're working on, right? They're working on their thing. What it is they do, they can't really discuss. And so they're working in their own little bubble. You're working in your own little bubble within the same project, right? And it's got a million moving parts that you think you know, but do you really? You think you know, but do you really? That's what makes the military, that's what makes our intelligence services so successful, believe it or not, is just how well we compartmentalize, right? And it works itself down perfectly to a T, where you have the person that works in accounting that's like, look, I just want to know if your social security is right so you could get paid on time. That's all I give a fuck about. I don't care who you dropped the bomb on. I don't care where you shot that laser at. I don't care how you made that. That's none of my concern. Is that a 2 in that column, or is that a 8? I don't know. Okay, that's a 2. Thank you. Or it's a 3. Thank you. Right? They don't care about anything like that. They don't care about anything like that. So people have to remember that compartmentalization works. And it works on its own because we force compartmentalize because life is crazy enough. We don't want to know what the fuck anybody else is doing. It's none of our business. We got enough work on our plate. And so this guy right here apparently he loves, it sounds like he would love to die knowing that the earth is a globe. That's how he wants to die. He does not want to know the truth, right? And we have to remember this is the generation that of us make it out here alive. Every generation has its time where it's starting to taper down. And those guys, I forget what generation they're called, but we're Generation X. I know I'm Generation X. Um, but prior to Generation X, those guys, they're starting to go. They're starting to die off. And much of that generation prior to Generation X believes wholeheartedly in that moon landing. They believe that motherfucker from the front to the back. And can you blame them? That was a good time for some people. in America for some people. There are other things, not even going to bring them up. Y'all probably know where I'm going to go with it. But there are other things, other aspects of the United States that was going on that a lot of people weren't having that great a time. You know what I'm saying? So it's still a thing. It's still something that obviously everybody thinks still went down. And shout out to you, Black Light, for giving this dude time and letting him sort it out on his own. But I wanted to show you guys something else, right? Now, this is 21 years prior to the moon landing. I want to show y'all this. Check this out.
Calling Bugs Bunny to Earth. Bugs Bunny to Earth. Come in, Earth. Urgent. Urgent. SOS. Roger. Wilco. Over.
Coffee crunchies are the best. Look delicious on your vest. Serve them to unwanted guests. Stuff the mattress with the rest.
Well. What are you made up for?
So these guys are out in space, right? This is Marvin the Martian's dog, Bugs Bunny. Let's let it roll.
Catch the fugitive from the dog star. Hey, what's the big idea? Give me that.
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, no, you won't.
Yes, I will.
Oh, no, you won't.
You take it or I'll shove it down your throat.
Okay, you big bully. I'll take it this time. If you're going to be nasty about it. But I'm going to tell my big brother, and he'll fix you up, boy. Yeah.
I guess I shall. I guess he won't try to get away with anything with me again. I guess hey!
Doesn't that look familiar? Doesn't that look familiar? Ain't that crazy? This is from 1948. This is from 1948, and already they're telling you what the Earth looks like from the moon. Right? This right here is supposed to be the moon. Look at all these craters. And look at the stars in the background. These guys are already trying to tell us what these places are that we'll never be able to go to. Not even possible, right? To even get out there. But this is what they're telling us. In 1948, they know good and damn well what this place is. And then look at that. Look at it. They did a poor job because you can see the stars through this bitch. You can still see the stars through the earth. Know what I'm saying? But yeah, 1948. Let's let it roll a little bit and then I'll get off that.
Indeed, kid. I didn't know you cared. No, don't leave. There's a beautiful Earth out tonight. You make me very angry. Very angry. Special delivery from Mars. Oh, goody. Another uranium Peel-36 explosive space modulator. Isn't that wonderful?
All right. It's funny how they used to man, that shit's funny as hell. How they used to let motherfucking people just beat the shit out their animals in these cartoons. You can't get away with that shit today, boy. It's funny as hell. He kicked that dog square in his ass, man. That shit's funny as hell. Well, so that right there is a perfect example, right? Of let's program these guys early. 1948. I didn't even show there. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Bear with me, family. So let me show y'all this real quick, just in case y'all didn't see it. All right. So right here, look at this. This is Universal's logo, right? This is the Universal Pictures logo. 1912. You got a globe, right? Now this is like a excuse me, this is what they call, I don't know if you can see it. Okay, yeah, you can. This is what they call a degaussing globe. What I'm going to do, family, is I'm going to go ahead, copy that, and then check out the Foundry, y'all. It's in there. Check it out. It's in there for you to break down and digest for yourselves. That is the link, so you can go there yourselves, okay? So you could look at that and you could see this is what they're telling us our world look like. Or, yeah, basically, this degaussing globe. Then it has a world right here with some shit racing around it. Old Universal logo for 5 years, 1914 to 19, 1919 to 1923, 1923 to 1921. A whole globe right here, right? 31 to 36, another globe right there with the Universal pictures surrounding it right there, right here. So for years, they were trying to tell us what this place is. They're getting in your mind already. Oh, this is the world, right? If you didn't know the first time what the hell this was, you know, 24, 20, 23, 24 years ago, 24 years ago, well, 24 years later, you know now. Now you know. They're telling you what this, they're doing their best to force into your brain that this is the world that you live on. This is what it looks like from afar. This is what it looks like from afar. This right here. See that? This is what it looks like. There it is. 1963. 1960. Sputnik hadn't even been up yet around this time. Hadn't even been up, right? 47 to 60 is around that time that Marvin the Martian cartoon came out, 1948. But yeah, Sputnik had gone up in what, 58, I think it was? 58, 59, something like that. But here it is, 47 to 60. And then this is what it is, 60 to 63, so on and so forth. And then we know what it looks like today. Okay? We know what it looks like today. But this is them programming us from like 120 years ago, y'all. It's like 120 years ago, man. They've been trying to tell us that, hey, this is what the place is. But then prior to that, I have a geography book back there. Let me get this shit out of here. But I have a geography book on my shelf where they talk about the Earth, right? And the planets and the distance to the planets and everything else crazy that goes along with it. So where are we at? Right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. So yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy because all those memories, if you think about it, all these memories are just based off of entertainment. All based on entertainment. Now, where it's at. Now, just the other day, I got like it gets so crazy. And this is where when you become an adult, this is how far the shit gets. Let me show you. So I got an invite the other day to go to a retirement ceremony, but I didn't want to show what the actual retirement ceremony link looked like or nothing like that. Instead, what I'm going to show you guys is this. This is how fucking far they go with it. Right here. U.S. Geospatial Intelligence Foundation honors the Vice Admiral, right? Retired Admiral Sharp with 2025 a Lundolph Finney Lifetime Achievement Award. So this is how far it fucking goes. So the US GIF, right? Proud to announce, blah, 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 as a recipient of that award, boom, boom, boom. This prestigious award made distinguishing long time. You see, they make you feel as if you're contributing. So when they talk about geospatial intelligence or GeoInt, right? They're talking about satellites, overhead assets, right? Freaking constellation and stuff like that they claim to send up into the atmosphere beyond, right? That tumbles around the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour. And some at 23,000 miles away, moving at crazier speeds, right? Vice Admiral Sharp is being honored for more than 3 decades of service and leadership. So 30 years, right? Culminating. So they build it up so much that when you get to this point, there's no fucking way in hell that you would ever turn your back. Look at this. Look at this. As director of the NGA, right? Vice Admiral Sharp led a global workforce of more than 14,000 professionals across 120 locations, delivering trusted geospatial intelligence to decision makers, warfighters, first responders, and allies. His leadership. Okay, so it sounds like they're reading out his citation, his award citation right here. Leadership was instrumental in modernizing the NGA operations during the COVID-19. Look at this. They want to make sure they include that, right? During the COVID-19 pandemic, emphasizing agility, resilience, and people-centered approach. All right. Naval Intel Office of 34. All right. Blah, 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 blah. And this is from Business Wire, from Berkshire Hathaway Company. That right there. All right, let's get back to this thing right here. So that's as crazy as it gets. When you get to that level, right? Even so, if you guys aren't familiar, if you guys are familiar with generals in the army, general, right? 4 stars, 5-star during a time of war is the highest rank that you can achieve as an officer, as a commissioned officer in the army. In the Marines, you get 5-star. In the Navy, you also get 5-star, but they're admirals. Marines, you have brigadier generals. So for him, I think it said he was a 4-star admiral. So that's high up on the fucking military food chain. There's no way in hell that you would ever say that the earth is flat. There is no way in hell. You see all these fucking accolades and awards this guy's going to get? And you think he's going to turn around and say, by the way, guys, it's flat. I need for us flat earthers to understand all this pomp, all this celebration and shit like that. You're going to have dishonest men. They're going to smile in your face. They're going to cut cake. They're going to serve you hors d'oeuvres. They're going to serve you beer. They're going to dress nice. They're going to look good. They're still going to be liars. They're still going to put in these men and women's heads that we're living on something that's not at all fucking possible. But they're going to still lie to you. And this is how the lie gets perpetuated. They give these guys awards. They make them feel like somebody. You see how they build this motherfucker up? And then he's going to have this big old party in December. Big old fucking celebration at the end of the year. That culminates, because you did all these great things for the constellations and this and that and the GeoInt and all that, right? Because you did during the COVID-19 pandemic. We're going to reward you in front of everybody. And it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. And so this is how well the globe machine works. But the reason it doesn't work is because it's a lie. Doesn't matter how good but when people's minds are poisoned enough, they're going to fall for it. And they're going to fall for it because of bad logic. They're going to say, how could it be a lie? You mean to tell me this guy dressed up real nice as an admiral would lie to us? Yeah. Or maybe he's part of it in that he doesn't even know because his mind is so fucked up. He probably might not even know that the earth is flat, right? His mind's so fucked up that he thinks it's still a fucking ball. He might not even know the fucking bare bones basics. It sounds crazy. I know it does. It sounds crazy. He might not know it. He might not know this Earth's model as well as we do. He might not. I'm taking a shot in the dark. I get it. But he might not. Just think about that. Think about the position that he's in. Now, I would like to think that he knows the Earth better than any one of us. But when you're lying like that, does he really? Or does he, but he's still lying and he's just trying to keep the truth from so many people. There's a lot that I imagine that goes into becoming, once you cross that threshold, going from 06 to 07 and beyond, right? And from 07 to 010 or from 07 to 09, right? So a lot of people, I'd say, would find it hard to believe that people in that position could hide something as crazy as the earth being flat. That's their job. If they want that good stuff to happen, even though it's a lie, if they want the goodness for their name to be spoken with honey drizzled all over it, they're going to have to keep lying. So if we want this flat earth to win, the truth is it. The truth is the only thing that'll beat that. The truth is the truth, and loud and proud and standing on business. That's the only thing that's going to beat that. That's the only thing that's going to beat that admiral. That's the only thing that's going to beat that fucking director of the NRO. That's the only thing that's going to be the director of the CIA is the truth, loud, proud, standing on business, direct in your face and on point. That's it. That's it. And you see, this is something what I think a lot of these globe folks don't understand is that no matter how much you try to fight it, yes, it annoys me. Yes, it annoys a lot of us in the foundry. You can't replicate what we have. Don't that suck? Don't that sting to know that you think we're not claiming to have it all figured out. We're not saying that we do. We're just saying that what it is you're claiming is not true, and that this earth is giving us something different, right? That's what we're saying. Yes, flat is as best as we could say it because the English language, true, level, flat. That's all we got, right? And many of us speak English. We don't have it any other way, right? But true, the true earth, what the earth is giving us. I think that's fair. I think that's better than flat earth, if anything. But then you globe people that come around us and you want to start the shit with us and you want to tell us how we're stupid and everything else. Where are we lying? All we're looking for is the truth, and all we're doing is giving everybody what it is we see. Taboo Conspiracy, I think I spoke about it last week, just did a video the other day where he was out there in like Finland, and they did it again, man. They do this over and over again, the level test every fucking time. And hey, shout out to Taboo Conspiracy, man, because he does yeoman's work. He really does. And I love it when he gives it to us the way he does. But like real talk, hold on. Real talk. I think you need to just continue to show people those things. That's all you can do. And maybe one day many of you globers might get it. But if you don't get it, that's not our fault. We're freely giving this information. There's a difference between us and people like you that hide the truth. We have nothing to hide. All we have is to discover and to give and and report back what it is we find. Really, that's it. Flat earthers are, like I was just looking at all this shit Bill Gates did in Africa, and I'm like, that is a globe earther like a motherfucker. Because a lot of times flat earthers, for the most part, flat earthers we couldn't imagine doing shit like that he does to people, to anyone, right? So there's a difference in the stock. There's a difference in the caliber of people that you're dealing with. And so globe people, I think a lot of you guys, when you find that we have animosity towards you, you got to see where it's coming from. It's from a real place, right? And I'd say to some degree, it's a little bit primal, right? You guys appear, and I could be wrong, but you guys appear to not get it and or lie so much and deceive so much. And like the deception, since it's so base level, it makes us so annoyed and angry and like actually to some degree hate you guys, right? And not hate you guys because we're not you, because we never want to be like you, but rather because you hinder progress. Like you really hinder progress. Like it's not like, you're keeping us from destroying the world. No, we're trying to save people. We're looking at different ways and how we can help. You have people coming out here, hey, look at this new information that I learned. I don't know what it means, but maybe you guys could figure it out, right? Part of this whole thing is dropping our ego. It was hard, right? For many of us, it was hard. A lot of us, we were ready to drop the ego just so we could get the knowledge, right? Just so we could get the information, just so we could get the truth. There's a big difference. And it's not that I'm bragging, but I'm saying this to you, globe people, just so you guys could take a step back, or actually take a few step backs and look at why we're doing it. Not what we're getting from it, but why we're doing what it is we're doing, right? We don't have, we didn't come here looking for y'all. Y'all appeared here because we found this. You're here because we're here. We're not here because you're here. That's not why. Okay. So please understand that. And also, you need to remember that our numbers are growing, right? And as our numbers grow, I'm not saying you should be on our side because our numbers are growing. Why are our numbers growing? Is it because people are getting dumber, or is it because people are getting smarter? Because people are learning to not trust the folks that we were told to trust at one time. Look at what's happening. Just look at what's happening, right? You guys act as if they're not poisoning the air, they're not poisoning the water, they're not poisoning the earth, all of which we've spoken about a million times over already on this channel, all of which we've spoken about a million times over on other channels. But for some reason, they don't seem to get it, but it's only a matter of time. If you're looking for those things, you'll stumble on the flat earth at some point, I promise you, and you'll get it. But if you're a glober and those things, earth won't make sense to you either. If you can't see how your politicians are lying to you, the flat earth, think your politicians are lying to you about one thing but telling you the truth about another, like the condition of this planet, you need to go someplace else and just like go to CNN, watch C-SPAN and those channels. Don't come here. Don't come here. Okay? Because we are a result of seeing those things already and saying enough is enough. Like you guys aren't there yet. So coming here and immersing yourself in what it is we do here, I don't know how that helps. I don't know what it is you're trying to get from us. Maybe you can tell us what you're getting from us because that's something you haven't told me. What you glow people front and center. Where are y'all at? Glow people front and center. This isn't Vlad is going to yell at you and cuss you out session. I'm curious. Like, I'd like to know from the globe, what is it that you're trying to get? I'm curious. Are you being paid off by NASA? Because we're not getting paid. Like, um, we're not, as far as I know, we're not getting paid. Black Light, what's going on, family? How you doing, man?
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
And I got you. I got you perfect.
Yeah, I was yeah, I've been missing some streams because I've been caught up in that damn show Ozark. I don't know how many people out there seen it, but it's funny because when you were just talking about that dude, it was just making me think about that show because like the main character on there, Marty, he just be watching people get their head blown off, people getting killed and all kind of shit. And then somebody asked him like, "Oh, what happened to him?" He was like, "Well, I don't know." I think it's the same way with these people. It's like they know full well what the fuck is going on, just because of their position, they got to play dumb.
Hmm. Yeah, that's what it is. And you know what? I could tell you, like, if somebody asked me a certain thing about my job, I'd be like, I don't fucking know. I have no
Right.
idea. I'd play stupid. Because my mother would ask me that. So where were you? I'd be downrange in the desert, right? During Operation Iraqi Freedom and Enduring Freedom and stuff like that. And she's like,
Mhm.
where were you? I was like, I was in Europe. And she's like, what are you doing in Europe? I'm like, I don't know, working. I wouldn't tell my mother that I was in those places. Are you kidding me? I'd make it up
Right.
as much as I could. There were times where she'd find out because I'd come back, a different looking uniform. I'd be in a desert flight suit or something like that. And she's like, what the hell? What's that? Why is it that color if you went to Europe? I was like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'd run out of lies at that point, but I wouldn't tell her a lot of stuff when it came to my job. So, and this is me at the lowest level. So you
Right.
can imagine people up there at the top, they ain't going to tell us none of this shit. So you can't expect, unless they retire and unless they smoke an herb and they really don't give a fuck, but those people are few and far between. So really the ones that we could like sink our hooks into, I'd say, would be your pilots. You know what I'm saying? Retton, what's going on, family? How you doing, bro?
Peace, man. Peace
Hey,
and
have you
love to
met
the
Black
chat.
Light?
Nah, how you doing, brother? Nice to
What's up,
meet you.
fam?
Peace,
Nice to
bro.
meet you.
I just jumped on, so I'm kind of behind because I was running around, but I just saw the link, so I jumped on. So I'll just listen to catch up.
Yeah, do your thing, man. Do your thing. So yeah, man. So Yeah, I thought that was interesting that you were doing that. But I thought the most important thing to take away from that was how you handled it and how you engaged the dude and how you just let him answer and just let him say what I expect a lot of people to say, or I would hope some people to say, because he made the point that I think is important for a lot of people to get. You know what I'm saying? That, oh, if they did that, if they did A and B and C, then D, E, F, G, H, all that, all the way to Z, right? You can expect that. So so because you can expect that, that's how you know it's true. And it's like, damn, that's why he thinks it's true, not because he's like, oh well, I see the curve, or because I was in a rocket myself and I saw the curve and I was on the moon. Not anything of substance, but because of the possibilities of what could happen if the people knew otherwise. This motherfucker ain't even listening to me. He watching
Yeah,
ozone.
I'm listening. You talking to me?
Oh, no, I thought black
Oh,
light over there watching Yellowstone or some shit, man.
oh, okay. My bad.
No, no,
No,
no,
I'm
you
listening.
good, you good, man. So yeah. So I just thought that was mad interesting because I think that's the majority of people. But then I think you got those people that play dumb. That's like, no, people wouldn't look at it that way. People wouldn't see that. They play dumb, but I don't know. I think we've gotten to a point right now. We've gotten to a place that's pretty damn interesting because we've got this final experiment that people are still talking about that I think we'll never not talk about. Um, and people, it's almost like they're holding on with that false sense of hope to, man, we could do it, we can make this place appear like a globe. But you know what you need for a globe? You need curvature. You still need curvature. We still haven't gotten curvature. So globe earth people, where y'all at? Front and center. Globe earth people, where you at? Front and center. Front and center, front and center. Don't play games. Come on out. Come on out your little hiding spots.
Yeah, Vlad, I think like the point you was making about your job, I think everybody can relate to that. Everybody can relate to it. It's just for whatever reason when it comes to the globe, it's a something that happened in their brain where they like, oh yeah, I'm sure people are being silenced and people taking money to not say things, or because of people's jobs they can't say things. But for whatever reason, when they come to NASA, they just above all that. Like I don't know, it's just I think like you said, it's the emotions that's tied to it, like seeing certain things like movies, all the movies that Universal is such a big studio that they done put together some great movies over the years. It's just people, people thinking ball is life, like just it's all this emotional and dumb shit that people got stuck in their heads to where they can't like separate things that they know from this shit right here.
Yep.
Like,
Vlad, can you catch me up to speed on what you said so I can
Oh
know
yeah,
what
man.
y'all talking about? What you
Yeah,
just
so
said?
we Black Light went ahead and he did a not an interview, but he had a little discussion with a dude in a he was driving an Uber. And so the dude, in fact, just play it again. I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna play it again.
I'm sorry, y'all. I hope y'all ain't mad at me because I just caught up
Nah,
to
man,
speed.
it's all
you
good.
good.
It's good. It's not even that long. So I think the more important part is the first one. So we're gonna share that real quick and then we're gonna play it.
Got a bit of a random question for you. Uh, about 10 years ago or so, I found out, well, there's a theory, some people that think that the earth is flat. I was wondering, have you heard about that at all?
Well, yeah, I've heard the flat Earth, I guess, conspiracy theory or whatever. Yeah.
You think there's any legitimacy to it, or
No, no,
I don't think it's possible at all?
I don't know. I mean, if it's for it to possibly be true, every single thing we've ever known or thought, or things that have supposedly happened couldn't possibly have actually happened. And that would be a pretty big conspiracy in and of itself, to say that, all of the scientists and all the people who looked at telescopes and, other planets in the universe and all of the supposed trips of spaceships going up, none of that could have happened if the Earth is flat. I mean, and
I had to let him process his thoughts, y'all. They landed on the moon back in the day?
Yeah, I think they did. I know there's a lot of, there's, tons of theories, and I hate to call them conspiracy theories, because there's things that I look at and go, okay, this can't be the way,
Right.
It really is. But yeah, I think that.
I don't know if my man got caught in a turning lane or something, but he was like, yeah, yeah.
But you know what's funny though? When I ask people what's the first guy that went to the stratosphere, they don't know who it is, right? But the first guy that went to the stratosphere, which is Richard Picard, he said when he went up there to the
August
stratosphere,
Picard.
he
August
said
Picard. My man said Jean-Luc Picard from Star Trek.
he said that when he
Said,
went up there, he seen it was flat with upturned edges.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's what he said. So why they don't want to deal with that?
but this is what I always say. Sometimes I would ask people like, so you learned about Christopher Columbus in school, you learned about Neil Armstrong, you learned about Ferdinand Magellan, and I'll ask people, you ever heard about you? Were you taught about James Cook? Were you taught about Richard Byrd? Were you taught about August Picard? Now, why is it so interesting that those three people we was never taught about those people? If all this exploration is so important, all these explorers who did all these amazing things, why wouldn't they teach us about August Picard, who went up in the stratosphere before anybody else? Why wouldn't they teach us about the expeditions of James Cook and Richard Byrd, but teach us about fucking Christopher Columbus, Neil Armstrong? I mean, I feel like it's right there in our faces, but I don't know. I think thinking is like damn near like a job or something. People don't want to do it.
Yeah, and you want to know something? That's actually a really good point, because I think another aspect to this whole flat Earth thing is to see that everything that we were not only taught from the government is a lie, but the schools, which I guess you could say are part of the government as well, right? But you have to go back and you got to relearn the stuff yourself. And the stuff that you relearn, it's almost like it's contrary to what we learn. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn, how come they didn't show me this? Kind of like what you said. Why didn't they show me that? Why didn't they show me this? But it's like, even though that's true and these things happen, once you bring it to the public, everybody is so they're so hell bent on, Christopher Columbus is the truth, Magellan is the truth, all this stuff, all this nonsense, the earth curve and Galileo, Nicholas Copernicus, those are true. That stuff you finding is stuff that belongs to conspiracy. How come I never heard of it? Why didn't I hear of it? Remember, Renton, when
Right.
dude was like, I never seen that star. I didn't see that star. How are you telling me about Polaris? Polaris isn't real. I didn't see that star. Some shit like that.
But what's funny is they put it in your face. Like when they say when you go to school, you go to elementary school, and L, which is God, and ment is the mind, and Terry means delay. And we say words that we be like, okay, elementary, and we say elementary. Just like breakfast. We call it breakfast, but it's called break fast. It's breaking your fast. So they put the words in front of you and tell you it, and it's for you to do your due diligence and look it up to see what it really means. So elementary really means God mind delay. So they putting the kids in the school where they're delaying their mind with the false dichotomies and fallacies that they stuck on. But then when you break it down, it's like I didn't look at it like that, or they get quiet like how the guy was just now. Well, Black Light was talking to him, he didn't have nothing to say. When you ask them, okay, well, do you think they went to the moon? Yeah, I think so. But you ain't going into why you think so. You just, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Give us
Exactly.
a detail on why you think so. Then you see what I'm saying? They won't never do it.
Yeah, and if they do it, something that I mentioned earlier, they'll come up with a shitty logic. They'd be like, "Oh, well, my uncle used to sweep the floors at NASA, or my uncle put the O-ring, he put the erasers on the NASA pencils that they used to sell outside of the building. That's how I know that they launched that rocket. My uncle told me." You know what I'm saying? People come up with poor logic to describe those things. And I think the scary part is when you do things like hidden figures, when you do that, you get a whole community of people to fall for that bullshit. The whole hidden figures, and you see them
Right.
systems out there, it's
Never
like,
heard about them.
oh
Never
my
heard
God.
about our whole year
Yeah,
growing up in school. They never told us about them.
that's a
But then
good
people
point.
get offended, like, "Oh, you're gonna teach?" Because some people grew up with single mothers, so it's like they use
Hmm.
the
Yup.
women for us to be like, "You gonna disrespect this black woman and say
Yup.
they didn't do it?" I
Yup.
mean, no, we're not disrespecting them, but we're saying why didn't they say nothing about it? They just trying to give us the black woman to make them okay. Well, that's our
Yeah.
people, so we're gonna just go with
Oh,
that.
don't say
Don't
that
go against
shit.
that.
Don't be like, how do you know they did that? They didn't even go to the thing. Be like, how you gonna disrespect a black woman? What you saying flat earth for? You voted for Trump, didn't you? You know what I'm saying?
And
Yeah.
that's just like
Yeah.
and that's just like the movie Woman King. Everybody like,
Yup.
oh yeah, Woman King is so dumb. I'm like, first of all, they're being disrespectful by calling a woman a king when a queen is a female ruler and a king is a ruler. So it's
Yep.
impossible for a woman to even be a king because that's a male ruler. So why would you even come up with a title which was made by a European woman, uh, and it's called the Woman King? Like that right there, we should have been like, hold up, why are they calling it the Woman King first of all in the first place? Let's deal with that. So you
That's
want to say it wasn't a good movie? You're gonna disrespect the women and say, like, come on, man, don't do that to us, man.
yeah. And that's kind of how people try to kind of pigeonhole us into either A, not talking about it with them, because at that point it's like you lose a conversation with folks like that, or B, they start talking that hotep shit and you're never going to get through to it. Kind of like last night with globe status, when you were trying to just explain to him, even though you were kind of breaking on him and shit a little bit, he didn't want to stop. He did not want to stop when you asked him what the circumference of the world was, and he couldn't even give that to you. And then everybody started shitting on him. Like he just came up with more reasons as to why he was right, that the world was a ball. You
And
know what
that
I'm saying?
and that's just like the other guy that kept saying he read the Bible 113 times. He kept saying, I read the Bible 113 times and I know everything in and out. And I said, okay, brother, let me ask you a question. I said, Matthew 6:22. He was like, oh, I don't know that. And everybody was like, oh, come on, man. You just said you read the Bible 113 times. And I asked you what a scripture, and you didn't even know the scripture at all. Like you see what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
sometimes I might interject to ask you a question to make sure you know what you're talking about before you even make the statement. Just like the guy
Hey,
that was talking about quantum physics. Y'all need to study quantum physics. And
Oh.
then Sanchez was like, what quantum mean? Well, I don't really know what it means. So why are you telling us that we need to study quantum physics and you don't even know what the word means? You
hey, yo,
use the
that's a
word that you don't know what
tactic.
it means and then try to tell me what we need to do. Like, come on, man.
I
You're
think
That's
that's
what
a
embarrassing
that's
yourself.
I think
And
that's a tactic that people use to try to keep people from questioning. Like if I say I read the Bible 100 times, people wouldn't want to question me on it because they think I know my shit. But just like you
Mhm.
said, all you gotta do is throw out one verse or one scripture from it, and then really challenge them. You'll easily see it was full of shit.
Be
he
like,
set
see, what you
himself
got to
up.
understand about the prophet Matthew is that Matthew was from Ethiops. And if you know anything about Abu Kalan, that's when they start to hotep hustling because they don't know what the fuck they talking about.
I like that. The hotel hustling. That's
Yeah,
crazy. I like that.
yeah. Because freaking globe status was no tep hustling last night. And he was just talking. Sanchez was like, look, man, because he was showing them because globe status was like, so tell me how the seasons work. And I think he was asking because he wanted to see if we knew our shit. Plus, he didn't understand how it works on
Exactly.
a flat Earth, right? I don't
Exactly.
even think he honest if he realizes how it works on a globe Earth either. But Bro Sanchez broke it down for him globe Earth style, and then he went ahead and then he showed it to him flat Earth style too. And so when he showed it to him flat Earth style, it had the colors and everything, right? So the outermost outside of the tropics, it was like yellow and green and yellow and stuff, and then inside the tropics, it was red. And so he was asking him, he was asking Globe Status. He was like, "Yo, so how then does how does these countries within the red bands how do they get their heat?"
He said the Earth core.
He said the core of the earth. Yeah, he was serious. He
And
was like,
then on top of
"Tell
that,
everybody."
Sanchez gave him an example, and we had the little green things at the top of the globe and the bottom of the globe, and he was like, "Okay, if I'm standing right here and I'm seeing stars up here, and I'm down here at the bottom, and I'm seeing different stars." He was like, is right here, is this showing me that people seeing different? Well, if you look at it differently and you try, like, bro, it's right in front of your face. All you gotta say is no, not really. Like, if you down there, you really can't see that. That makes sense. But he won't even deal with it. He's so egotistical. He want to try to make his own ideology or something because he's in the corner and he can't get out the corner.
Yeah. And I tell you what, man, I felt I started to sweat because I felt so embarrassed for him. I was like, damn, I hate to be on a hot seat like that. Think I know some shit,
Delusional.
I really don't.
He
Right.
delusional. That's
Yeah.
called delusion, man. Like it's in your face. If I'm showing you a picture and say, "Is this guy right here standing up, looking up?" Well, if he was turned to the left, he'll probably like, bro, just look at the picture. It's showing you right there. All you gotta do is say yes or no. No, yes. It's
Yeah.
a yes or no question. Like, what? Why are you making it more than what it is? I don't know
So
why they do that.
so Black Light, go ahead, man, because I was gonna say, go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say that's just a perfect indicator. Like when you ask somebody a direct question like that and they hit you with "well," that immediately already know bullshit coming.
You don't know. Yeah, exactly. So
The-
globe people, where y'all at? Globe people, where you at? Because it's not a roast session or nothing like that. That's not what I'm here for. You know what the question is. I know you're in here still. And so since you're in here, man, present yourself front and center. Stop bitching out. I'm not gonna kick you off. I'm not gonna one you like I did last week for all y'all talking shit and I just won you out my damn panel. I'm not gonna do you like that. Instead, it's an honest discussion. You can be honest, right?
and the link
So,
is right there. So don't be in
yep,
the comments talking stuff. Oh, Vlad don't know what he talk. Well, come on the panel and show that Vlad don't know what he talking about. Don't just be in the
exactly,
chat talking and you can hit the link and explain yourself. I think they just
exactly.
be trying to troll, man.
Globe people, here it is. It is fair. This is fair. This is fair.
I
Except
remember
for except for Brandon. That's right.
I remember in Kyrie's video when he first spoke about the earth being flat. I remember one thing he said that made so much sense. Like I had never thought about it at the time. He said there's so much information out there about it that it naturally makes you not want to look into it. And I think just like I said, I think thinking is hard. Like people don't want to think that hard and research because there's so much out there. You can easily all the questions that people will present to us, they can find it. They just don't want to do it, and they want to get on the fucking panel or something, and then ask us to explain every fucking thing to them.
Yep. Well, then
And
tell me how that worked. Then tell me how this worked. And it's like,
and
man, I can't tell you everything, man.
and the thing about Kyrie Irving, he has enough money to do the research and at his disposal to look up stuff. And
Yep.
I say this: knowledge is power, but sometimes when you get knowledge, you got to keep going before you find out. Like Kyrie, for example, when he first started learning the knowledge about the anti-Semitic, the anti-Semitism, I can't say the word right, anti-Semitic. He started dressing up like
Hebrew Israelite.
a Hebrew Israelite, right? And then the more he started studying, he started finding out the more. Then he started calling himself a Moor. And then once he found out more about the Moors, he was like, okay, he was wrong about the Moors. Then he started
He's like, I'm
saying,
a
oh,
less now.
I'm an Indian now because he found out that we was always here. So what I'm saying is, before you started dressing up like a wrestler and changing your clothes, just read everything first before you start claiming stuff about who you are. He changed his clothes 5 times before he found out the actual truth. Instead of just keep going and going and be like, oh, okay, I was wrong about that. Let me keep going. But they'll just find some stuff that's good knowledge and be like, oh, I'm this.
My
And then
man
they
gonna
keep
walk
reading
out.
and be like, oh,
Yeah,
I'm this.
he gonna walk out the house with the fucking yarmulke, a kufi, bow and arrow, fucking headdress, all
Looking
that
like a
shit.
grifter. You see what I'm saying?
No,
And
no,
that just like Malachi York. They talk about him so
yeah.
much, but they don't talk about how he was in court and he pleaded guilty to all the stuff he did to those kids. And nobody made him plead guilty. He said, I'm guilty. So why would y'all keep saying free a man that pleaded guilty? That's like, you think I'm gonna plead guilty to something I ain't do? If I didn't touch those kids, I don't care if they beat me down. I'm never gonna say, yeah, I'm guilty of doing that unless I am. That
Mm-hmm.
don't even make sense. You said you guilty out of your own mouth. You said nobody is anybody coercing you or making you. No, I nobody coercing me. So you guilty? Yeah, I'm guilty. I'm never gonna. Ain't no. I never seen a man on earth claim something like that and be like, okay, well, I'm never gonna say I did that if I didn't do it. I don't care what circumstances it is. I didn't do that, no matter what. He said he
True.
did. So it's like everything he's saying is out the window. And it's a picture of him. He a Christian. He a ancient Egypt. The man got every outfit. He got the Moorish clothes on. He got the shrine clothes on. How you all this stuff? How can you be a raider? Like, how can you be all these people and then say you kicking knowledge? No, you. It sounds like you're grifting to me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A Raider, a Cardinal, a Bronco, a Giant, and the Browns at the same time. Playing for
Plagiarizing.
yeah. Yeah, man.
Hey,
So
this is another point I wanted to bring up real quick because I know Vlad, you saw the interview with well, I think you sent it to me with Iman Shumpert and the Culture Vulture, Vlad. But
mm-hmm.
one thing that killed me about that is just like that's certain people like I don't know. I don't even you can't give them too much energy because Vlad was seriously asking I swear to God, I think he didn't he ask Iman Shumpert if he ever been on a plane.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
A
he said he did.
professional motherfucking basketball player, you asking him if he ever been on the plane, that right there is enough to say, all right, look, you clearly on some
yeah.
bullshit. If you think
Bullshit,
this
like
man never been on the plane before, like what the
yes.
fuck are you talking about?
But some of these guys, they're not good at articulating what they're trying to say
Yeah,
sometimes. So if you're
that's
not
the
good at
problem.
articulating yourself, go to the person that you learned it from and just say, okay, well, I learned it from this person and let them talk. That's just like when Lord Jamar was on there with what his name is, Professor Dave. And
Prostitute.
he
Prostitute
was on
Dave.
he didn't know how to articulate himself, even though he saw it and resonated and understood it. He couldn't explain it. So if I was him, I would call somebody right then that knew how to explain it better than me versus embarrassing myself. Cause that's what he kind of did. You know what I'm saying? He got emotional and started cursing the guy out, looking bad because he couldn't articulate what he just the new information that he got. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not easy sometimes to articulate it, and I get that. But don't just bash a person. Oh, you're a flat earther. Oh man, here we go with this.
Yeah,
But then
and it's
the
not
people that can explain it, they never
it's
talk to those
it's
people.
and it's not any easier when you have folks like what's his name? What's his name even says that he don't believe that it's flat. So it is what it is. At least he gave those folks a chance. Um uh Godfrey, and then Godfrey's friend Nero, he was egging everybody on in the direction of the globe earth. So now Lord Jamar just looks bad all around. So whether the earth is flat or not, it just all around they're going to find fault with everything that Lord Jamar either says or does. You know what I'm
But,
saying? So now they really ain't going to consider it.
but I think it definitely can be ways of articulating it, just like the way I did with the guy in the lift. I think we gotta understand these people got tactics. So just like prostitute Dave, I mean, and if we having a debate, you have your turn to talk. Once you're done, shut the fuck up, and I'll make my points. But you know, somebody like him is gonna trigger you. Well, how does this and then this and just the whole tone and they talking, trying to talk a million miles a minute is gonna knock you off of your points, and you don't gotta get worked up and go back and forth. Just take the time and just like really what I would do if I'm in a debate, I would write shit down. Oh damn, he said this. Okay, I'm definitely going to address that. And then when you're done talking, all right, so fuck everything you just said. This is what I'm going to address right here. Fuck whatever questions you want me to define what weight and gravity is. Fuck all that. This is what I want to address right here.
And that's a good point, man, because a lot of times they'll want to take you out to deep water in these debates. They'll take you to places that, whether you know it or not, whether you learned it at one point or not, and you got 1,000 on the test, it don't matter. If it ain't real, it's like, why are you talking about? Why would you bring up a G, all these equations and stuff? I'm talking about what's in my face, what I could prove. What can you prove? You know what I'm saying? And they want to take you out there to this deep water, and then they try to make it a battle of wits. Who knows the formulas better? Who understands these formulas that don't mean shit better? And the reason I'm saying it don't mean shit is because they're going to bring you to a place that doesn't exist, into outer space, right? And then they're going to compare outer space to what's at the center of the earth. A lot of time, they talk about this core in the middle of the earth that dictates how the earth does this and that. I'm like, even like, and when you address, you never even made it down that far. How do you know this is what the core is? They show slices and sections of the earth with, oh, this is what look like. This is what barely outside look like. This is where the lava's at, and then this is us here at the top. And I'm like, you only made it 7 miles deep, almost 8 miles, not even 8 miles, almost 8 miles. So how do you know all that shit's happening down there in the middle? You know what I'm
But
saying?
but this how I know people don't be really paying attention to what they're talking about. Cause I seen a video today, right? Turn it down. I seen a video today, right? And it was showing a pilot flying in Antarctica supposedly, right? And it was like a deep hole, and it was like, oh yeah, this is where Admiral Byrd was at, and then they brought up the Mercator map, which was talking about the North Pole. And the North Pole is in the Arctic, and it was in the Antarctic. So why would you pull up a map for the North Pole, but you in the South, and you trying to compare it together, which don't even make sense? You're
You
pulling up
see,
the Mercator map, talking about the Antarctic, the Arctic Circle, but saying this compared to the Antarctica. They were like, yeah, research the Antarctica Treaty and this, that, and the third, but bringing up a North Pole map. What are y'all doing? Like, yep, see, they right. No, they not. Cause y'all comparing apples to oranges. You're talking about
what?
Antarctica, but you're pulling up a North Pole map. What are y'all doing?
See, and that's funny that you mentioned that, because this is akin to what we were talking about, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago, where Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, oh, you could tell that the earth is a ball because in the North Pole during our summertime, you could see the earth, the sun rotates around the top of the North Pole, right? And it's like, and then what he was showing though, he was showing those guys that said that they went to Antarctica, and he was showing that footage that they took there. So they were showing a footage, but it was not of the North Pole. Kind of like exactly what you're talking about. They did that exact fucking trick right there. They just
Yeah,
did this like
double
2 weeks
talking.
ago.
Yep, that's double talking. Yeah, like people that don't know no better, they can just go with it like, yep, see, that's it. That's the truth. Just like they say, the final experiment. Like, how is that the final experiment and you observe something? You ain't did the whole scientific method.
Nah,
You just
not even
observed
close.
something, said, see, we got it. We got him. We got him,
They were
y'all. No, y'all
they were
don't.
too lazy. They were too lazy to do anything. They were too lazy to do anything except drink champagne and eat cake and have fucking like beef patties and cocoa bread and shit like that, man. They were bullshitting. They wasn't doing anything because you saw them doing everything but what they were supposed to do. And then at the end, that Judas motherfucker, that motherfucker they called Judas was over there trying to get the goddamn sun with the fucking filter. And then they were like, hey man, we got to get on the plane. I'm like, you really trying to do some shit right before you get on the fucking plane? Are you kidding me? Like, who the fuck you think you fooling? This is what this motherfucker tried to do. You know what? I'm not even going to get into all that because it's just going to piss me off. But I mean, shit. There are a million ways in which you could skin this cat on these motherfuckers. But again, glow people, I don't know where you at, but I went ahead and I dropped this link for you, man. I think it's fair that I'm doing this. Like, y'all want to come in here and chop it up with us, that's cool. But if you're gonna let yourself be known, let yourself be known, man. I went ahead and I dropped that link for y'all. Come on in. let's tell us what it is you're here for. Like, we want to hear it from you. You know what I'm saying? Because I could easily kick you out, which I think would kind of remove some flavoring from this whole gumbo that we got going on. But at
Are
the
there
same time,
any are there any globe people in here that's smarter than a fifth grader?
I hope so. Cause I
I just brought that up because I know Harmon said he'd like the point I made in my Flat Earth Awakening story where I said we don't fucking be knowing what's going on. We memorize game show answers. And I ain't never watched like full episodes of that. Are you smarter than the fifth grader? But I'm sure it's a lot of fucking adults that lost. They don't know what the fuck is really going on. But all of a sudden when it comes to the shape of the earth, everybody's so goddamn smart though.
yep, yep, it's true. Any globe folks in here? No, you guys are coming up fucking empty-handed. What's up, man? What's up? Don't feel threatened, man. Look at me. Look at me, man. I'm harmless. Don't feel threatened because of me. Please don't. I think this is good. We're getting this out there. Or are you afraid of becoming a flat earther on public TV? On public TV, on public internet? I don't know. Whatever
I,
they call
I
these
think
things.
a bruised ego might be worse than a fucking broken leg or something. You don't want to look
dang, I forgot
dumb
what I
in
was about
front
to
of
say.
people.
Hmm.
What I was saying. Oh, I was talking about Jurin and Whitsitt, right? And
Hmm.
I was talking about them producing, showing when. Okay, I know what I was about to say. So Whitsitt said that he think he went to Antarctica. He didn't say I know. He said I think. And it's a guy named Peter Hyatt, right? He's
Hmm.
a he's a professional analyst. He analyzes when somebody's being deceitful.
Hmm.
He has a great book called Wise as a Serpent and something as a dove or something like that. It's a very good book. So the Neil Armstrong was in the interview, right? And the guy was asking Neil Armstrong, he was asking Neil Armstrong about his experience going out of space, right? So when he every time he asked him a question, he would generalize the statement. He was like, "Well, when you go out of space, you would see this or you would see that," and it was like, "Well, you right?" He was like, "Oh yeah, yeah, me." You never said you. You keep saying, "Well, when you go out space, you would see this, you would see that," and they would see, and be like, "Yo, what did you see? Why you not saying you?" You got to pay attention to people pronouns because they'll try to dance around the question and not be straightforward. Because all every time he asks him a question, that's just like if I be like, Vlad, how did you like Magic City? And you be like, well, when you go to Magic City, they got hookahs there and they have dancers there and they give you drinks and we like, no, why aren't you saying me? I saw you speaking in general and being vague, and that's a sign of being deceptive. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm. Totally. And a lot of folks do that, and so they could kind of beat around the bush. I know what's his name did that. That astronaut, that Neil Armstrong. Um, and you find a lot of globe folks doing much the same thing, and then again trying to drag us into deep water. After we ask them those simple questions, they try to flip the script on us. And so it's really easy. Like, at the end of the day, as a flat earther, it would be good to know more of their model in depth, yes. But I think knowing their model in depth and comparing it still to reality, there's still no curvature. Like, I think at the end of the day, these debates need to just go out the window unless they could present us with this curvature. You know what I'm saying? It's like all we want is this curvature. That's it. Like, they could sprinkle as much salt, as much seasoning, as much formulas as they want on this world. It's not going to make it curve, and we know that.
And
And
they like to try to tell you you just don't understand. So
you don't know science.
I seen a video today. It was a post today. They was showing there was like flat earthers, and they had everything. There's like if you're on a flat Earth, you will see Italy. They had all the things that you're supposed to see on a flat Earth, right? And I'm like, do they not know about vanishing point and the law of perspective? Like, what are you talking about? Like lines of convergence and divergence. So y'all gonna skip past that and then just make a false dichotomy saying, well, you would see all this on a flat Earth, the Earth was flat, you will see everything, and just rule out the law of perspective, vanishing point, the lines of convergence and divergence. Like, what are we doing here?
But hey, let me ask a question though, because that shit was all simple to me when I found out about it. Because I remember I learned about that shit in like fifth or sixth grade at Walker. The art teacher's name was Mr. Cormier. And I know a lot of people remember him because he had an accident when he broke his neck. He couldn't just turn his neck. Had to turn his whole body. I still remember all this. I remember learning about the vanishing point in his class. But is that like universal though? Did everybody learn about the vanishing point in school? Because it seems like not
Obviously
everybody did.
not. Yeah, obviously not.
I didn't learn about that in school, and I went to private school up until high school. I went to private school, and I never learned about event. And I took physics. I took all the big sciences. I didn't learn about vanishing point.
And
I
what's
see, I
so
think
crazy is they never can recreate what they say on their model versus like ask them to show us 24 time zones on the globe. They can never do it. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? They can never do it. And starting with vanishing point, you can walk outside on the straight road right now and you can start walking, and the first thing will start disappearing is your legs, and then the top your back, and then your head, the same way it works with the sun. The same exact way we can recreate it on a micro scale, from the macro to the macro to the microcosmic, and we can recreate it. And we giving y'all an example. Why they never can give us an example on what they're saying? They just say, "Well, you just don't understand. You just don't get it." No, show me. I'm showing you. I just gave you an example on how if I'm walking down a straight street and I start walking away, I'm gonna start disappearing from the bottom up. My legs gonna go first. The further I go until I disappear. I just
Hmm.
recreated that, just like they use the quarter on the table. We can recreate what they're saying, but they can't recreate nothing. You can't
No,
tilt the
that's
ball. Like I had my kids in the room the other day. I was like, "Show me how you tilt this ball. Like, how can you tilt the ball?" Like, I'm looking at the show of my daughter. They talking about Saturn tilts and it rotates tilting. Like, how can a ball tilt? How can you tilt it? If I shave this ball with nothing on it, where would I tilt it at? It don't make sense. And we question that, and they don't never have an answer for it. They just tell you, you just don't understand physics. You don't
hmm
understand. No, you don't understand my question, obviously, because you can't prove what you're saying. I can show you and give you an example of what I'm saying and prove what I'm just saying. I'm not just saying stuff, talking outside of my neck.
hmm Now we got Mr. Mike Van Dyke. Welcome to the platform, Mr. Van Dyke. How you doing, sir? What's going on?
Hello, Ironwork. Do you hear me okay? It's okay when I
Mike
talk.
Van Dyke. Yes, we hear you loud, and you're a little bit muffled.
Yeah, that's my microphone. Yesterday I sat on it, so now it's muffled and now it's
Oh,
broken. But
oh,
it's okay.
oh. Well, you sound better. You sound good.
Yeah,
How can we help you, Mr. Van Dyke? How's
you
everything?
cannot help me. I just wanted to tell you that you do a great work. I'm from Austria, and here's the
Austria.
list. Yeah, here the resistance
Nice.
is big too. Don't worry, we're all over the place, all over there.
Now I know you
Yeah.
have because we had Stefan on here, good guy. You have a cathedral there that's really interesting that shows up on these maps, and it's a big star fort around much of Austria. It's called Saint Stephen's, is it?
I don't know that. Most
Saint
of my life I
Stephen's.
was in different countries, so I don't know this. I am not from. I was born in Austria, but I just live here and work here.
Okay, all right, okay.
But yeah, maybe the flat. There's no question that this is a flat plane. If you think about it, I do this for 15 years now, and it started with 9/11, and then I started to think about it, what the world is, and how all this fits in. Yeah, and this
Are
is
you
what's
are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
of course a flat earther. There is no question about it.
Okay.
Hmm.
Sure.
I got a
Yeah,
question for the globe earthers when they come on the panel.
yeah,
I
and
don't.
I keep dropping this doggone link. And these cats now they acting as if, yeah, now we getting the salute right now because ain't nobody coming up. Now ain't nobody coming up. Before I was mad as fuck. I ain't want nobody up here. Now they acting like they not in here.
But I
Y'all
bet
know
you they
how
in the chat talking though. I bet you they got
they,
all the logical stuff in the chat.
yeah, they got all that smarts and intelligence and shit. A glow coming out here to trash y'all. We're just trying to have a serious discussion, like why, what you guys are getting from us. I'm curious because it's not like we're hiding anything. It's not like we have a strategy as to how we attack you. I think the truth is enough. The truth
Yeah.
is plenty. And the problem, maybe I'm wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong. For you globers that think that if you're spying, that's working in dishonesty. And I'm not saying that to act or to make you feel guilty. Like I never want you to feel guilty for the things I say. Instead, I want you to think about them. If you're here to spy, you're working in the guise of dishonesty. And this is what I mean by that. What are you gathering from us to use against us if what we're saying is a lie?
And we want
Because
to get.
if what we're saying is a lie, then yeah, we're going to get what the fuck we deserve, right? And people could catch us, could see us from a mile away if what we're saying is a lie. But if what we're saying is true and you're going out there and doing this against us, wouldn't that make you then a liar? Wouldn't that make you a person working in the guise of dishonesty? I think that's a legit question. So how do you answer that, Globe people? I went ahead and I dropped that link. And I'm being serious and I'm being sincere. I'm not saying these things, calling you guys pussies or assholes or grifters, right? Dickheads and nothing like that. Nah, like I'm asking in all seriousness, like what's your aim? What do you aim to get out of this? Because our numbers are growing. I got one of the smaller channels, and we've got huge channels out there getting huger. Like, well,
What's funny to me
no,
is
they're in here, Palkis.
what's funny to me is how they double talk when they have the planets going into orbit, but the orbit is just like flat Earth. It has the circle rings, but they have spheres going in the circle rings, but they can't explain why it's orbiting like that on a visible track. So they're
Mm,
using our flat Earth model, but then putting spheres on it, saying the spheres on the track, on a visible track going around the sun,
yep.
which doesn't make any sense when we have one what is called zodiac sign. Everybody had the same zodiac all over the world,
Hmm.
but they can't show us that on a globe. You can't show us that map on a globe. Show me another zodiac wheel besides the one that we have that we've been using for centuries and beyond.
And it don't change.
It don't change. I don't see no south constellations for them to say, okay, this is that, because it'll be more names, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be different stars? It didn't
Yeah.
science change it from they changed it from the sun being in the center, and they call it something vortex with the now they have the sun moving and everything circling around it and it's moving through space at a
Oh yeah,
vast amount.
chasing like the rest of the Milky Way or some shit.
Yeah, and it's called the something vortex or something. They got a new name for it. I can't
Yeah.
remember it right now, but they don't even know that name. And I ask sometime when I ask them, I say, "Well, what's the name of the planetary system?" They don't know that. They call it the Trappisphere. I mean, the Trappist system, but they don't even know the name of it.
Yeah, man.
Because
Like,
it's not real, no? It's not. It's like Narnia. You go to a place you never went. You don't know nothing about it. It's
yeah,
what they tell
and
you to know. It's
hmm
easy. For them it's easy because they have the school books. They have everything they need. They
yeah.
got the weapons against you, so they use it.
Yeah, they have a whole system. They have a whole system that's
Yeah.
designed to protect them. They have a whole system designed to educate and further educate them. So like here we are, freaking David versus their Goliath.
Yeah.
Really, that's all it boils down to.
And
And
then You know, you have to break the system. We are the first ones who break the system since hundreds of years. We have to be proud of ourselves, not to bury our heads and say, "Oh shit, what have we done?" No, we have to be proud of ourselves because we
That's a
break the
good point.
system.
I didn't even think about that. But yeah, the system is trying to find a way to, we're like the new weed. You know what I'm saying?
Of course,
We heal
that's why
people, we help people, we're beneficial to people. The system
that's
is trying to find a way to make us like the bad guy, but at the same time,
yeah,
how do they work with us?
that's
Because
why
we're a thorn in the side.
that's why hell breaks loose now. You know, because they know they have to do something. Oh man, these people are waking up. We have to do something now. You know,
Yep.
that's why they keep you in fear, and fear is the best weapon against truth.
Yep.
Always.
And shame. Yep. Fear,
Hey,
shame, all of that.
Vlad,
Yeah.
Vlad,
They call it the
we like
helical vortex.
hey, we like physical exercise and working out, and the globe offering that
Oh yeah.
Ozempic over there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fat globals, you know,
Yep.
sitting in
That
their
Ozempic
fat
will
machines.
cut you, it'll cut the fat fast, but it'll also kill you.
And
It'll
they'll tell you,
Yeah. So
y'all, the globe earthers right there saying, y'all lucky they holding me back. Y'all lucky y'all be holding me back. Then when we let them go, they don't want to fight. But as soon
yeah.
as you hold them, they
No.
start going crazy.
Nah.
Like, yeah, come on, let's go, let's
Yeah.
go. And then when somebody
Because
holding them back, they start like, come on, get on the panel and talk. Don't be in the chat. Come on.
Just like dogs barking behind the fence. Then you open the fence on up, and then
Yeah,
they ain't try to do nothing.
exactly,
they don't want
exactly, Black
none.
Light.
Yep.
that's true.
And you want
But
to
they
know
in the
something?
chat talking so much junk.
Yep. And it's easy. It's real easy. We've had weeks where those Globers were in here, and I didn't kick them out. I didn't kick them out because I had to think about it. Of course, I could kick anybody out, but then my thing is who's learning what? Who's learning, right? Us about human nature and everything else because we already know the globe model, but them truly about the flat earth, right? So who's learning? So I would then be doing a disservice, I feel, to everybody that's in here that is, I feel, possibly trying to, maybe they are trying to learn. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt in that regard. Maybe they are trying to learn and they just want to see whose style that they prefer best. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But guys, I am giving you an opportunity. I'm dropping that link once more. There it is. So you have a chance to come on in and we're not even debating, but again, we're just asking a legitimate question. CK, cooking, not trying to, again, I'm cooking. You could cook, man. Just put that thing on low fire. You could come on in and you could talk. Just leave that thing on low and just stir the big ass spoon from time to time. CK, Monkey Cat, Pat, Icy Spin, the same people, man. The same
Yep,
people
I
that's
see
in
them.
here.
I see spin. I see them commenting, but then why they want the link?
Yeah. They
And
see
that,
that link, man. They running from that thing like it's Jaws or something.
hey, Vlad, that's exactly how people mess up food anyway, trying to cook it too fast. Yeah, tell them go ahead and put that thing on low heat and go and jump over here.
Yeah, man. Put it on low, stir a little bit. Just come on and talk, man.
Lasagne bolognese.
Y- I CK, my bad. That's right. I'm a mama. I'll ask Icy Spin and Monkey. I don't know what they're doing. Okay. Start talking about video games. Okay, right. Justin Johnson, man. I know you were on last night. JJ was on for a minute last night. JJ be having them marathons, yo. He was on
Having a
for,
whole work shift.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? 8 hours straight, man. JJ was on for a while last night. And yeah, a few nights ago, you wasn't here for it, Blacklight, but he had these Nintendo games.
I
Like he
seen it.
had a
I
whole,
watched it. I watched. Oh, that
oh,
was
you
on
saw
old
that?
me. That was on old me stream, wasn't it? Yeah, you was
Yeah,
guessing
it
all
was.
them shits. I was watching it after
Yeah.
the fact.
Oh my god, man. He had like bookshelves of fucking Nintendo games. And I think he had Sega Master System games too, right? He had a
No
whole bunch of
Nintendo.
games.
Had
But he
jump
would
in the
bring the
Classic
time
Mega
games
machine.
Drive.
out. He would
But
bring the game out and then he'd cover up the name and then I'd have, but anyway, it was fun. That shit was fun as shit. Um yeah. I'd
but
like to be
Vlad,
there. But yeah.
you're so like the way how you come off is very respectable and peaceful. Is like you don't curse nobody out. you articulate yourself in a great manner. You're very cool, calm, and collective. And I
Yeah.
just met you, and I can read that. So I don't want to know why they making excuses about they're gonna get treated or any kind of way because you're a very respectable guy and you let them go. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you, man, and I appreciate that. But Brenda caught some smoke from me the other day. So
Brenda is a different kind of person. Come
yeah,
on. That's-
Brent, Brenda did, and then Red's Rhetoric, right? Red's Rhetoric is a big globe channel, and then he came in here and he started giving me attitude. Like he's like, I was like, so because
yeah.
I was asking him about like, yo, what about all this stuff? Because another thing they don't do, and I'll get to Red's Rhetoric here in a second, is when you show them those NASA fails where they have the harnesses all the time or they fucking
Mhm.
up all the time in that fake ISS, glitches of the green screen, objects not being there that they claim is there. When you ask them that, then they start talking, they do the whole physics jazz. You know what I'm saying? They start talking about,
Yeah.
they're like, oh, if you have big G and then you got little g, what is the
Yeah.
separation parameters of the destructible notation that physics says? And it's like, the fuck are you talking about, man? Explain the shit that we just saw in the goddamn thing, right? So when I
Yeah. They
asked
won't. They
I was
won't
like, hey,
explain it
Red's
because
Rhetoric,
they can't. I'm sorry.
tell me when to pause. I'm going to show you the video. Tell me when to pause so you can explain what it is we're seeing. Because these were NASA fails that I'd gotten from Banjo's channel. And then automatically Red's Rhetoric was like, pause what? And I was like, all right, motherfucker, get the fuck off my channel. I don't want to hear shit no more. I just got him the fuck up out of there. I was like, you're banished, dude. I don't want to hear shit no more.
Yeah,
Because
because he's
yeah,
disrespectful to you, and this you don't need to disrespectful people. This is a different kind of people, because they are not here to learn. They are just here to
It's very disingenuous for real.
yeah,
mm-hmm.
it's disingenuous. Nice that you said, nice word. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
and so them dudes, man, like when he came up, and so IC Spin came up there, totally different energy. We let him talk. The shit still didn't add up. He still didn't. I think you were there for that, Redden.
Right. He never answered your question. He danced around the question forever. Like what? I asked you, what color do you see in your face right here? Is it red or blue? Well, if you close your eyes and then open it and then look to the left, maybe I be bro. I'm looking at a red screen. All you gotta do is say is it red or blue, man. It's that
Yeah.
simple. Like, come on, stop doing that.
Yep. And so yeah, they do that all the time. And so I was like, all
Yeah,
right, man, all right.
the
And
same with
people would
all
just drop it
globalists.
ones. People would just drop it. Linnea Cannon came in here. She just came in. She didn't even know what the topic was. She dropped a one. And I was like, all right, man, you gotta go, bro. Your time is up. I wish there was like a Sandman Sims from Showtime at the Apollo that could come
Oh
out
Mm.
yeah.
and pull a motherfucker off the side of the screen and do a dance. That's what I would like. Fucking yeah, so they do that all the time. I mean, I don't know if because there's so many different aspects to this thing that we need to learn. And shout out again to RG, JJ, all of y'all, Lev Kung Shaolin that are showing us things like, magnets and the Fibonacci sequences, golden ratios and the like, and how they better, I guess you could say they better explain the world that we're in. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know if they better explain it, but what I could tell you is that things like that show you that there are more similarities with the things that we're starting to learn more about than there are differences. Like there are just similarities everywhere you look. And I was
Yeah,
just thinking about, you know, I was talking about ladies getting pregnant, right? Earlier today. When a fetus starts out, it starts out the same way a snail's what you would call it starts. It starts out like in a spiral, kind of, and it just kind of undoes itself, right? Like a cabbage patch doll. Fetus does that. Shrimps do that. Fish do that. Um,
sure.
and it's
It's all
just funny
God's
that you
creation.
find, hmm?
It's all God's creation.
Yes,
It's
yeah. So it's
Hey,
like God's fingerprint on
yes,
everything.
hey
yes.
Vlad,
Yeah.
you ever heard of a guy named Eric? I can't pronounce his name. It's Eric Lather. Is
Man, what you eat?
LAITHWAIT.
What you eating though, man? You fucking that motherfucker up.
I'm sorry. I mean a vegan mushroom. So I'm done
I'm
though.
hungry.
Oh, I was gonna
But
say
his
you
name
fucking
is
that thing up, man. You like
my bad. My bad. But his name is Eric Lathwaite, and he talks about magnetism and how things move on a, when you use a coil and a magnet. It's a very good video. Like I think you should pull it up when you got time. But
yeah.
he explains how magnetism work on a track and how they figured out how things move, and it's perfect. But they won't.
Interesting.
A globe earther wouldn't be able to do nothing like he just did. His name is Eric Lathaway, and he talks about.
You there?
They think it's fucking G, or there is no
Brett,
magnetism.
they talk about what?
The big G, it's more important than the little G, you know. So they have to. Magnetism doesn't exist in their universe, you know, because it can't exist because you always have to figure out what G is, and there is no G.
Yeah. They're like, well, if you look at Big G, you know what Big G is? And I'm like, oh my lord, dude.
I
Like
don't know.
really?
Really? Are we going this mountain now?
Yeah, they're like, it's universal this, it's universal gravity, and universal gravity is this. And I'm
The
like, oh my god.
Universal, it's
Yeah, it
called
keeps
a
talking.
magnetic river. It was done in 1975, and it's
Hmm.
very interesting, man. Like when you get some time, you should pull it up, man. The magnetic river, and it's only a
Cool, man.
couple minutes. You just type in his name and then the magnetic river, and he
Hmm.
explains it perfectly how to make it move back and forward. Because you know the Chinese people are using his blueprint on that train they got. That train that they
That
got moving in the
maglev
past. It comes from him, Eric
Cool.
Lathaway.
pathway.
Bring it up right quick, please,
Yeah, yeah.
Vlad.
I'm gonna check
Pretty
that.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring it up, man. I want to see.
It's very interesting, Vlad. I promise you. I don't bring up things that ain't worth our time. I promise you, you gonna love it.
You said Eric Lathwall.
I'm gonna tell you how to spell it right now. Can you hear me?
Oh, I see it.
L
Magnetic
A,
levitation. Eric Lathway.
yeah,
Black light got it.
LAITH. But pull up the
Which
exact
one?
what I'm
There's a
talking about. It's
couple.
called Magnetic River Part
Black
Two.
black light got
Oh,
it.
I see it. Okay, I got it. All right, I'm gonna play this real quick, y'all. Hold on, let me.
Make sure it's the one that says Part Two, the Magnetic River, and
I
watch
got
how
the
he break it
magnetic
down.
river. I got it in 1975. I'm gonna go ahead because I want to see this whole thing, if you don't mind.
It's amazing, man. Trust me.
There
Everything's
it is, right
amazing.
there. Let me show y'all. Let me learn y'all real quick. Is it right, y'all? Eric Lathwaite right here, Magnetic River or Magnetic River 1975. Here it is, y'all. I'm gonna drop this in the Foundry. Y'all have
Just
it now.
put Part Two. Do the Part Two one because he's showing the big magnets. That's not it.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's like also real rivers, you know. They get when you like the water. I mean, you know, when you I live in the mountains,
Mm-hmm.
and the water which flows has much more energy than the water which lies, you know. And
Yes,
some
then stagnant water.
yes, than stagnant water. And some people can use this energy to make magnificent works, you know, with this power what comes out
Mm-hmm.
of this. Yeah, I tell you, if we can overcome this indoctrination,
Mm-hmm.
we can make everything again. We can make this place our world again. You know, this
Yes.
is not our world. Now this is the world of the demon that
Mm-hmm.
possesses it. You know. Yeah, and
Now I'm trying to hold on.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
looking
not
for this part
seeing.
two shit. I can't see no part two. I'm gonna
I'm
go
not
ahead and I'm
seeing.
gonna let this burn. I'm gonna burn this right here.
In fact, if we're absolutely honest with ourselves, we don't understand them. You see, either end of a bar magnet will attract a piece of steel. But it doesn't follow that because it's painted red, it's a magnet. Because look, it won't pick up that piece of steel, but this one will. So this one's the magnet. But the only real test between two magnets is whether or not, in addition to attracting each other, they will also repel when reversed.
Plus and minus.
Now, the idea of repulsion gives you the impression that perhaps you could float one of the magnets over the other, like this. Now, I can feel the repulsion. Now, watch what happens when I let go. You see, it won't stay there. You get the repulsive force, but we say it's not stable. Now, people have proposed this idea for suspending railway carriages over a track because it uses no power. But then you have to do something about stopping it falling off sideways. Now, we can make ring magnets like these. In this case, the whole of one side is a north pole and the whole of the other is a south. So if we get two of them, we can try and float one over the other. And again, you see, you get the lift, but we can't get the stability. Unless we put in a glass tube. Then you get floating. Or isn't that just marvellous? People have suggested you could use this for floating railway carriages, but you see the clearance there perhaps isn't big enough. So what we'd really like to have is some more magnets to make it stronger. Yes. That's going in roughly the right direction. Now we're getting a lot of clearance. But of course, these magnets would be on the track and this would be the vehicle. So this is going to be very expensive. You want hundreds of miles of this. So what we'd really like to do would be to put a single magnet on the track and have more magnets on the vehicle. 2 magnets, 3 magnets. The gap, instead of getting bigger now, is getting smaller. So this is a situation which gets worse as it gets bigger. So it is no good for railway vehicles. Now there's another kind of magnet which doesn't involve the use of rings or anything like that. Instead, a coil of wire. We're going to take an iron bar and push it through the center of the coil and then pass an electric current. Thank you, Barry. This meter will tell you how much current is passing. You connect that one, Barry. I'll connect this. Or you connect the switch. All right. Now all we need is a battery to connect to here. And because here is a magnet. At the moment, this is just a bar of iron. So the magnet will attract either end. Now let's see if we can make it repel by switching on. Get current. That end will now attract, and that end repel. So now we've made an electromagnet. But will it work without the iron core? We'll just use the coil alone. Well, it certainly attracts. And I turn it round, and it just repels. So it is still a magnet, even though it has no iron in it at all. But of course, if we put the iron core back, then the attraction and repulsion is far greater, so we make a better magnet. Now let's see how much weight we can lift with this magnet. Barry, pass me the iron bar. I'll see if I can pick up this heavy iron bar. And we can, just. It's not actually jumping up to meet it, but having made contact, I can just lift it. But there's more magic in an electromagnet if, instead of feeding it from a battery, we feed it from alternating current. Look at this oscilloscope. You see a spot rising and falling. That spot is really measuring the amount of current that flows in a wire. When it's above the middle line, the current flows one way, and when it's below, it flows another. Now, I've slowed this down to show you what is really happening. But in your house, you have an electricity supply which goes much faster up and down, even than that. Faster even than that. It goes up and down 50 times a second. Now let's have a look at an electromagnet over here that uses that kind of supply. And this is a coil of wire with a long iron core. This is a ring of aluminium. Aluminium, you know, is a non-magnetic substance. We can't pick it up with a bar magnet, as you can, for example, a bunch of keys. So we'll put this non-magnetic ring over this iron core and switch on.
Nice.
You see that? You get the ring thrown high into the air. If, without switching off, I put it back, then it floats. But notice it never floats level and in the center. It always has to lean on the pillar, just like the permanent magnets did. If I put a thinner ring on, it doesn't float quite so high. Thinner still, a lot lower down. And if we go to the ultimate and cut a ring from kitchen foil, which is also aluminium, that doesn't float at all. But unlike our permanent magnets, if we now add some more rings, we shall begin to see the whole lot lift.
Yeah.
Remember, with the permanent magnets, the more magnets we put on the top and the smaller was the lift. And in this case, the more the rings, the higher the lift. Put the thicker one on, thicker still, and up it comes right to the top. Now, what is the secret of this amazing device? This is the giveaway. This is a copper cylinder that you spin. If I hold the copper cylinder alongside, there's nothing much going on. But if I take this ring, which wants to float up there, and I force it down alongside the copper, then the copper begins to spin. And if I put it the other side, it spins the other way.
Yep.
It is as if there was an upward sweeping something which is causing the copper to spin. And we call that upward sweeping something a traveling magnetic field. Now, this is a row of electromagnets arranged deliberately to produce one of these traveling magnetic fields. So when I switch it on, put a copper cylinder over it, and there you see the same effect, as if something was sweeping underneath it. When we put a bit of aluminium on, just push it along, but not very fast. Let's try a bigger piece. That's better. Bigger still. Better still. You see, the bigger you go, and the better it gets. This, of course, we call a linear motor. Now, suppose we increase the current. Would you mind increasing the current, Barry? And we can now hold a sheet of aluminium, which is not only trying to be pushed along, but it's also lifting above the surface. It's much more like what you would expect if you threw a piece of wood into a flowing river. It would float and move along. So this, then, is the beginnings of a magnetic river. But it hasn't got any banks, because if I take my thumb away from here, it'll fall off the side. If I take it too far towards you, it'll fall off the other side. But if only we could stabilize it, then we should have something that looked exactly like a river. Now, how does all this work? Could I have the row of rods, please, Barry? This is a mechanical model of what you've just seen. Instead of a row of coils, we've got a row of rods. We're going to feed them with alternating current so that each one can rise and fall. And when we turn the whole thing, we get the impression of something traveling along. But I want you to notice that nothing actually travels along because each rod only moves up and down.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that makes it real is when we put something into one of the troughs of the wave. Then something real travels along. You can make it go the other way. If you watch an individual rod, such as this one, you'll see that it's only going up and down.
Mm-hmm.
There is no horizontal movement at all. Only the ball is a real thing moving side to side. It's exactly the same with this magnetic river. I can switch it on, and there is nothing above there, nothing moving horizontally until I put in the aluminium. And it's like putting the ball into the rods. So this is our first step towards a magnetic river. This is a single coil and a plain sheet of aluminium. So it will behave rather like our jumping ring. Switch on and it goes. Try and put it back. It floats. It has a really good try at floating, but it doesn't make it. But if we place it not in the middle of the coil, say it like that, and it doesn't jump straight up. I put it to this side. I put it towards me. And so on. Let us use this spinning cylinder again to see what's going on. Switch on, put the cylinder in the center, nothing happens. Introduce the plate, and it spins. Introduce the plate from the other side, spins the other way. Notice which way. It's trying to throw the plate out. So to try to do this is like trying to balance a pencil on its point. You just won't succeed. But this idea of producing traveling fields like this has given us an idea. If we could only produce inward traveling fields without the plate there, then we might have a chance of holding the plate in the middle. So let's try and do that. Instead of a single coil, I'm going to use two coils, one inside the other. This is a coil, and this is a coil, and these three rings are steel rings. They're to help to strengthen the magnetic field. Now, we've found that we can produce this inward traveling field if we make the current in this coil go that way around at the same time as the current in this one is going the other way around.
Yeah, you make it stable.
So when we put both coils on together, we can perhaps detect with the copper cylinder a very slight tendency to produce inward traveling fields. That is the bottom of the cylinder moving towards the center. That's what we're looking for.
Perfect.
The magnetic field takes no notice of pieces of wood or cardboard or paper, so I can pass a piece of wood underneath without affecting the floating disc in any way. Now I want you to imagine that we've been able to take this solid structure, put it under a steamroller and roll it out flat, really flatten it in this direction. And let's try and imagine what that would look like. Well, here's our aluminium plate, and we'll switch it on. And there is our aluminium suspended, but not yet movable. I can push it by hand. It's as if we had a magnetic river without any flow. It's quite stable, but it needs something to push it. So just to demonstrate that, I'm going to put a little air screw on it. And when I switch this on, you get your propulsion.
Oh.
Time when we thought we should have to put a linear motor up the center between the coils to get propulsion as well as lift and guidance. But a few months later, we discovered that all that was necessary was to break up these two coils into a set of smaller coils, and we could get the lift, propulsion, and guidance from one and the same set of coils. Now, here is one row of coils and the other one at the other side, but this time the coils have been divided up into groups so that we can produce a traveling field as well as give lift and guidance. The thing we're going to propel in the magnetic river is this sheet of aluminium, and we've stuck some tape onto it so that you can see it more easily, but it goes rather quickly. So, Barry, if you'll take this, please, and put it on the end and switch on, we'll have a demonstration. Now, I'm going to change over two of the connections to this end of the track so as to make it fire backwards.
This is science.
Now let's see what happens to our aluminium plate. Switch on, please.
Yeah, it's bouncing up the left, right?
Rubber shot. Now, this back-to-back motion, of course, has got nothing to do with passenger-carrying vehicles. It's more suitable for propelling shuttles in weaving looms. So I'm going to change back the connections because I'd like to show you the train.
It'll go backwards. Yep.
Now we're going to dress up this piece of aluminium to look like a passenger-carrying vehicle.
Oh, wait, what?
The scale of this operation is such that this will now travel at the equivalent full-scale speed of 250 miles an hour.
Wait, what?
Barry, if you'll start this one, I'll have to go and catch it because this is rather expensive.
This is no sorcery.
I thought he was going to switch up the leads just so it can travel in the right out in the opposite. Oh, shit.
Oh. Now it's that we shall see this kind of vehicle carrying passengers.
Wow, that's amazing. So I'm wondering then if this is probably how they get that freaking rail gun to go. I know they have a bunch of electromagnets inside the ship and it's got a lot of power behind it to make it work, but I wonder.
Yes, you're on the right path, my friend. Yeah, that's how
Yeah.
it works. You know, the projectile gets how you call it? Very
It
fast.
gets electrically, like shot out.
Shot out very fast in a boom, with electromagnetism. That's why you need a long barrel, such a long barrel, because you need the magnets inside to propel it.
Yeah, and I don't know if it gets rifled out or if it's just a straight shot, but it's so goddamn fast.
Yeah,
it's so fast, and it goes at like 11,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's why we don't understand their weapons, because they don't tell us that this is how they make it, But this is how they make it. This is exactly
pretty much. And one of my things that I think folks understand. Hold on, Retton's back. There you go, bro. I think what folks understand, but they seem to forget, is that if you can make a small model of something, you can make a big model of it. You know what I'm saying? You can always make a big model. I think that guy Moses West, he's a perfect example of that, because we have condensation machines, we got freezers over here, we got ACs, and then what's at the bottom of the AC? The condensate, because the heat clashing with the cold produces moisture, and then it collects, and then we have a big bucket of water at the bottom, right? he makes that at such an extreme scale that he produces fresh water.
You just need the proportions, right? You make the proportions right. If it's little, you need little. If it's larger, you have to have this right.
Right. So now
Yeah.
he's made it to where he's got a condex box doing just that and producing. My God, the amount of water that he makes is just like he just lets it go. He just opens up the thing and it just shoots water. I'm like, God
Isn't it
dang,
great?
man. Yeah,
It's
it's
a wonder.
ridiculous.
I've seen a
Yep.
guy, he made a motor out of water, but this motor wasn't long on the market.
Oh yeah, they probably killed him.
Yeah, of course. No, not killed him, but they took away everything he had. Like everybody who understands this technology and set it in, they are getting forgotten.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Damn, man.
sad.
Damn.
We could we could build things you couldn't imagine. Look at all these old buildings. Look at everything we did build. We, the human race. We did this all, and now where are we? They bumped us back to, like, I don't know what.
Right.
This is what's
I
happening.
guess this is our Stone Age right now.
It is. It is.
It's probably our Stone Age, and we don't even know it. We think we're so advanced.
That's
We
why we
think we're
wake
so
up.
smart.
That's why some people are not getting it anymore, and they say, "Hey, this is not possible."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It doesn't make sense when you can't even eat your own food for fear of it poisoning you.
Yeah, yeah.
It
You
doesn't
guys in
make any
America, I'm sorry for you, but when I see you, like your McDonald's and everything, this is crazy. You know what you guys
Yeah.
are eating. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I
And
think
yeah,
here in
I
Austria,
agree with that. We were probably more self-sufficient in the Stone Age in different places, especially. Um, like I'm looking, man, I was in Brooklyn a few days ago, and I was coming out of downtown Brooklyn, headed, of course, more towards uptown. And downtown Brooklyn, you wouldn't believe how many old world structures litter the streets of New York City. You
hmm
wouldn't believe it. They're everywhere. I mean, they are everywhere. They're everywhere. There's so many cathedrals in Brooklyn alone. Cathedrals, right? And so many of them say founded this year, founded that year, founded 18 this,
yeah, yeah.
founded that. So many buildings, so many cathedrals, just the cathedrals, right? And so like there's so many in Brooklyn alone. And I'm
That's
just
why.
talking about Brooklyn. I didn't talk about what's going on in Queens or Manhattan or the Bronx, anything like that, just in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
All these places are just, it's phenomenal. That
that's
have
why.
they weren't
That,
even built.
that's why it's called founded. It's not built.
Yeah.
It's founded. You know.
And I'm just like, dang, man, this whole time I've been thinking, man, yeah, like it's crazy. I was like, oh, this
In
is
your
old.
face.
Yeah, but even as a kid, like it just didn't. It felt like I was out of time. Like I'd be in the subway, and I didn't like. It felt like I was just in the strangest place in the world because you'd have all this stuff that looked so ornate and so well put together and well built
Yes.
next to one of our trains that had graffiti next to it, that had graffiti all over it. And so
Yes.
I looked at it, and it just seemed like everything was just out of place and out of just not in the it didn't belong in that time. Like the
Yes.
train didn't belong in that time. It
I,
just
I
felt so
felt the
strange.
same, brother. I felt the same. When I go to
Yeah.
catacombs or something like this, I feel the same. This is not
Yeah.
from the age. This is something else.
Exactly. It just felt so strange. And of course, I don't feel it as much as I did when I was a kid. As a kid, like it just felt weird. Now I kind of I look at it with totally different eyes because now I've
Yeah.
set myself up, I guess you could say, to kind of look for these things, these new things, the newness in all the age, I guess you could say, because
Nice.
this is stuff that just and I'll be honest with you, it still doesn't make any sense to me. Like it doesn't. I don't get it. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. I really don't.
Isn't
I'd
it?
like.
Isn't
Hmm?
it nice to wake up? Huh?
Yeah, it is.
It
But
is.
wait, what am I waking up to? Like, I don't even know. So I'm
No,
looking at all these buildings, right? And
that's a new world you're going to now. You just woke up from a bad dream and now you go.
yeah, right. And now I'm in the real world. Yeah.
And
It's
nobody can stop
crazy.
you because they
Yeah.
know you have the truth in your hands. They cannot stop you.
Like you're looking at these buildings and you next to it you see a Tesla car and you're like, the
Come on.
hell?
That does.
It looks so strange and out of place. And then when you walk into these places, they just and then if there's nobody in there, they're quiet. They're dead quiet. The ceilings are like
Yeah.
super vaulted, very
You,
high ceilings.
the devil can just copy and that badly. And he cannot copy very good, you know.
No.
This is what's
Mm-mm.
happening.
Yep.
It's just copying God's work and very badly. Not
Mm-hmm.
really good.
Mm-hmm. Poor imitation,
Ever bad.
exactly.
Mm,
Hold
Yes.
on. Retin, I'm
I
trying
think
to
so.
hold on. Retin, you're not appearing. Just giving you a heads up. You're not appearing, Retin. Yeah, and yeah, it is there you
But I
go.
had
It
to
is
thank
it
you.
is for money and depopulation. I agree. Coherence, how you doing? But before I continue, let me greet my people that is in here because I
Right
didn't
now.
greet y'all yet. Derek Nelson, how you doing, bro? Derek Nelson, is good to see you. Coherence Victoria Salt, it's good to see you too, sis. Welcome, welcome. Sean Alki, it's about time. I hadn't seen you all day. Welcome. It's good to see you, Sean. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. All right, Black Lad. Of course, Chrissy Lee Dolls. Of course, Zach Sullivan. We haven't seen Zach in a while. Zach has been off and learning and getting new stuff. And Zach, I haven't heard from you in a bit, man. I'd love to hear from you and see what it is you've all gathered as of late, because we haven't spoken in a while. It's been months, man. But I know you be coming in here from time to time, but it would be amazing to hear what it is you've gathered as of late. So welcome, welcome. Zach Sullivan, welcome.
Did y'all
Uh
enjoy the video that I
yes, it
brought?
was it was good. It's stuff that I'd seen before, but it was better. This one was better explained.
I
It's
think that's
Yes.
better
how
explained.
the sun and all the the wandering stars, they move on that magnetic track, like on
Yeah.
that field. You see what I'm saying? And that's
Hmm.
Yeah.
how we
Yeah.
explain the
Got you
movement.
completely. I think so too.
Yeah,
This all has to do with the North Pole, and this is a power we cannot imagine. That's
right.
why
But my thing is they don't look physical though.
it isn't physical. Of course not. It is not.
Yeah.
You mean the stars? I
Yeah,
don't know
the
what.
the sun, the sun, moon, and stars, all of them. They don't look physical.
I think they are just cast out of the void. You know.
Right.
I think
Not
it's a
energy.
projection from the center vortex, like we explained the other day. Like
Right.
we're seeing the inverted version of what's happening on those magnetic tracks that's moving those objects in the sky, how they're moving back and forth,
Hmm.
and how he showed how they move a certain way when they move quicker or slower. He really explained it pretty good on how they really move on a micro scale.
Hmm.
He did it on a micro scale.
Now,
Yeah.
man,
But here you are on the macro scale, right? But if you're talking about the stars, and then you are on the macro scale, right?
when you're on, yeah, I is it? Would you be talking about a
That's a
micro?
macro. That's
It's still
macrocosm.
macro. The sun, moon, and stars is still
Yeah,
macro.
It's still
and
macro.
I,
he recreated it on a micro scale.
but on a right, you're doing it on a small
Okay,
scale in the lab and
got it.
stuff. Right.
That's
And
what
when those
you before said. You can do it on the micro, and it applies to the macro, right?
right,
That's so.
right.
And if you
Jeez.
can't recreate it, then it's blasphemy. You see what I'm saying? If
Of
you
course.
can't recreate it, then just stop. And
Mhm.
I never seen nobody navigate with a spear. Everything is flat maps, two-dimensional maps that we look at
Mhm.
to recreate what we're seeing from a top-down view or down-up perspective.
Yeah.
You
Amen.
know what
Nobody,
I'm
and
saying?
I tell you, every ship I've been on ain't no globes. Every sub I've been on ain't no globe. Every within every squadron at mission control, there's no globes. Nothing like that. right? There are no
You don't need it,
globes anywhere. Everything is map based,
of
right?
course.
Charts,
And
everything.
I just need a, when I was in the military, I just needed a compass and the map, and then I
Hmm.
knew where I was and where I had to
Yep.
go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And I
Yep.
looked at the stars. I knew where I was going.
Yep. And for
Full
us,
stop.
they made us use Orion's belt to get around.
Exactly. You
Yep.
you need to have something to
Point of
compass,
reference.
a point of reference.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
What started my suspicion was when I saw the Antarctica Treaty. Y'all don't agree on nothing else, but y'all all agree that we're not going to go north and we're not going to go south. You can't do it. Why? They're protecting that because
Yeah.
it'll bring truth to it. Why are they
Well,
agreeing not to? Because the encyclopedia in
58.
1958 uh, told the truth and told the 13,000 miles or whatever. And then as soon as they got everything right, they started doing Operation Fishbowl, and then that's when they started the Antarctica Treaty.
yeah.
Right after that,
But
Shit.
why
you
did
know
they
what
do
I
that?
think? I think the
Why
North
can't we
Pole.
travel
I think
to the Antarctic and see that? What are they hiding? The
I think
truth.
I think the North Pole is much more important than the South Pole. I think,
D-
from my
I
point of
agree.
view.
I
I
agree.
think
Not saying that the South Pole is not important,
there is no
but
South Pole. That's just the point.
well,
You know,
that's
there is
I didn't mean the South Pole. I apologize.
the South.
More so
Yeah, but the North
the
Pole.
southern lands, the southern
Because
area.
yeah,
The Southern
but
Hemisphere. We'll just say that.
Yeah,
okay, let's say
it's
that. But the North is there's just one pole. There's just one place where you can go. Right? It's the
hmm
North Pole.
But
But the
the
South.
difference is they're saying that we live on top of it, and we're saying that we live
Yeah.
inside of
Okay.
it. You see what I'm saying? It's the
Yeah.
difference.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So the
No, that's the
cosmic
difference.
egg is it is shaped like a spherical. When you get a toroidal field, you get the top hemisphere and the bottom hemisphere, and
True.
at 0 point is the north, and everything from zero goes on
True.
out.
That's why I think the
So
North Pole is
south
much
is
more
outward
interesting than the South.
and north is inward. So it's up and in and down and out. When you're
hmm
going north, you're going up and in. When you're going south, you're going down and out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want
Interesting.
y'all to.
Yeah. Interesting thought.
I got sent a whole bunch of these different maps. I want you. Hopefully, I could share them with y'all. Hold on. Where this thing at?
The
All
North
of these
Confounded
planets.
map of the 178
Oh,
worlds. That's on the
nah. These are the old maps from the 1600s.
oh that the Chinese map that they use with all the lands outside of it.
Oh
That's what
no,
you're
not
talking about.
even. This one's a. This one is different. This is these. Hold on. I'm going to. Geez, this is a pain in my ass. Hold on. Let me bring
And,
that up.
and it
Yeah.
recreates the petri dish. If you look at it from a top-down view, it looks just like how the nucleus of a cell in a petri dish.
Well,
If you
you
put
could
up a
say
petri
so. Yeah.
dish and put it next to that map that I'm talking about with the 178 worlds under the Great Dome, it looks exactly like a petri dish
Hmm.
in the nucleus of a cell when you look at it. And if you read the Noskin funded book, they talks about because most of the time we say that you can't get there physical. It's
Mm-hmm.
not a physical. You gotta like get out your body to get there. But in the book, they was talking about how they when they did travel through the little openings, that their body went through a whole change because you're traveling through the nucleus and it has you make you feel bad. It was throwing up, getting sick. But once they got through it, it was like okay, so now they got there physically to those other lands outside of the so-called ice wall, and the one of the books was written in the 1800s called The Iron Republic. That's a great
Right.
book and explains it. And Noska Funding, he explains it too, and he explains it far as a nucleus of a cell and traveling through those worlds because I feel like in the center circle where we at is 24 hours in a day, and then when you go on the outside, it doubles up because it takes longer. Each circle is a bigger centric circle, and it's like when you go in a dream, and you dreaming and you take a nap and you sleeping, and all you did was walk to the store in that dream, but you was in your bed for 8 hours, but only like it seemed like 3 minutes passed in that world you was in when you was dreaming. Yup, that's the map right there.
Yep. So
That's the Mercator map.
that's the Mercator North Pole map that
Yep.
a lot of us is used to seeing in it in the north, or not the north, but in black and white like this. But hold on, let me go ahead and blow it up for y'all. But
And
yeah, it's
the
the
pygmies always
pygmies.
said they're from the north. They always used to say, like, where you from? We originated from the north. And at the bottom of that map on the right, you'll see the land of the pygmies.
Yep,
So it was
they
some
talk about
truth
it.
to what they were saying.
Yeah, this is the one right here. Pygmy, blah 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 blah. So they talk about it. This one is not as complete. Hold on, let me go to the next one. This is more complete. Now I know a lot of us aren't used to seeing this one like this. I don't know why this motherfucker's like this, but this is more of that. Let's see if we
And
could go over there.
and you know the north Polaris, when Polaris creates the sun and the moon, it makes a plus sign. So if you look at the video that Dan Govan made, he had a
Hmm.
video with the plus sign, and they got on mushrooms, and when they looked through the line, everybody saw like the coded dimension. It was like, oh man, we could see it. So that plus sign creates the reality of dimension that we're in, because it creates a plus sign. If you look at the video, you know what I'm saying. That's why at the center it has a going straight down and straight to the middle. It creates a plus sign, and you notice how they have the barber pole coming from Rupus Niagara, because they're talking about vortex energy. When people go to the
Would you
barber
look?
shop and they see that pole
Would you?
moving, they don't.
Yeah. Would you look? Would you look at this? Look at this. They're talking about this is that part, right? That talks about right next between Russia and the US. You got this little unicorn fish thing, right? Look at this. This is the Aegean region. Everybody remembers the Aegean Strait. That's the Bering Strait. And this is that, my God, this is that Polis Magnetis that appears right above the Bering Strait or the Aegean Strait. And this is the international date line that comes down. This right here. Wow.
Have y'all ever
That
seen that
look like.
video
But
with Dan Govan and them when it was looking through that plus sign when they put it on the wall, and you
mm,
look at it at an angle, put your face to the side, and you can see like the codes and the numbers like
Retton,
another
you keep
dimension.
Retton, you just cut out. What did you say?
I said, if you look at the video that Dan Govan made about the plus sign, when they
Hmm.
put two lasers together and they make a plus sign, you go to the wall and you look on the side of it, and they all see the same thing, and it's
What?
like it's so dope. You know what I'm saying? It creates a plus sign
Hmm.
from the light touching each other, like the North Pole, and then the North Pole creates like the Eucharist. The North Pole creates the sun and the moon, and that's the point of creation of this realm that we in.
Hmm.
Dan Govan got it's a pretty dope
Dan,
video.
Dan Govan. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna jot him down. Dan Govan. Yeah, so all right, I got him. And this is Island Islas de Salomon, Archipelago de South Lazaro, Occidentalis. Wow, more crazy shit. New Guinea. So this is like Australia or by Australia. And
I'm
this is yeah, this is the South.
I'm sorry,
'Cause
Black. It's Dan Go Thought. My bad.
Gothok.
Yeah, it's DAN Go and then Thought. Dan Go Thought. And he has the video where he shows you that it went very viral because it's only like a 2 minute video when they show the plus sign or the creation of how we in a matrix.
Hmm.
When you know, like when the two suns and the moon meet, it makes a plus sign,
Hmm.
because that's how light reacts, because it's the angle of light. People call it angels, but it's angles of light.
Angles. Okay. So right here, give me a second, give me a second. This might be the okay. Okay, so then okay, so
They call it the
Is because this
DMT.
looks like, yeah, this looks like the equator right here. Man, I have never seen. If I could get this map to y'all, and maybe y'all could break it down a little bit further, I would send it y'all's way. But this is what I got this today in Telegram, so I'm just going through this with y'all. And this is more of the. You want to know what's crazy? Is they gave us the North Pole. Pole looks like this from all the different maps. It's not just Mercator's map that makes the North Pole, because all of them wrote out each of these little heads right here, right? They wrote out the same things in Latin or Italian or whatever the hell they're writing in. I think it's Latin.
And that's what the candy cane personifying, the energy.
Right here. Look at this. Yeah, that's the candy
Santa
cane. Yeah.
is center. And they
Yeah.
talk about Santa Claus and the elves. They talk about the center and the pygmies being the elves.
The
But
elves. Yep.
if you got time, please pull up that video for 2 minutes. I think they really enjoy that.
Hold on. Let me get to that. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna stop sharing this right here.
It's
And let me
called
go.
go to Dan Govan and then go to the DMT laser simulation tutorial, unlocking the mysteries with Dan Gothard. It's only 3 minutes, and I promise you're gonna be like, oh, watch.
Dan Gothard's laser experiment. Yeah, I see it. It's got this Japanese writing all over the place. Can y'all hear me?
You see the red laser plus sign on the wall? It'll be a red plus sign right on the wall when you see the video. That's the thumb drive. I mean the thumbnail.
Yes. Let me go ahead and. Oh man, these motherfuckers fell off. My bad. I lost
Thank
the
you,
other cuts.
Vlad,
No
for
problem, man.
giving me a little 2 minutes. Because I think it's very interesting, man.
You tell me which one it is. This one?
Yep.
All
The
right.
one right at the top.
One of
Y'all
the
can
most
see it?
important things to pay attention to is that you're looking through the laser, not at the diffraction pattern that falls on the wall. So even if you're sitting 2 or 3 feet away, like we're seeing here, you want to be looking at beyond the light, like you're looking through the window versus looking at the surface of the window. Also notice how wide the diffracted pattern of the laser is on the wall. People that choose lasers that are produce this thing that is just like one line, that's not wide enough for you to see anything because you're looking beyond the laser, not at the surface. So it will be too thin, too narrow of a crack to look through, so to speak. You can come closer like this, and I would recommend to cover one eye so the light doesn't hit your cornea. And then you would be looking from the side. From the side is better because you get a separation of the layers inside. You want to stay on this task for a little bit until you start seeing structures emerge. If you still don't see anything, you can actually come to the side of the wall, like so, and try and look at the edge of where the light becomes visible from the side. Weirdly, extra emphasis I would give is that you want to stay with it until you start seeing digits. The separation between just seeing the structures and seeing the digits is total. When you still see the structures, it's possible to imagine that these structures are due to the influence of DMT in your brain, looking at a stochastic pattern. But when you see the digits, this hypothesis becomes much less tenable. You will notice some motion. Stay with that motion. The digits are usually much smaller than people expect. So keep looking until you see actual digits running. Numerals and what seems like Japanese katakana characters. If you're using a glass of water like here, what you can do, you can either look into the glass of water, into the little reflections that you can see inside the glass. And then what you want to do is to mimic the gesture that we do when we go a little bit cross-eyed, which you will notice is the same gesture that your eyes are doing when you're trying to look beyond something. It's also very similar to what we have to do when we're trying to look at a magic eye image. To anybody who's not familiar, the magic eye is a visual illusion that we put on a two-dimensional paper, and when you do a certain thing with your attention, you can all of a sudden see a three-dimensional image in there. But it's embedded in there. It's designed to do that. And the gesture you do with your eyes, if you're familiar with magic eye, is very similar to what we're trying to do here. So either we're looking at the glass directly and we're trying to expand those little reflective patterns. You will see some glistening portions inside the glass. And what you want to do is to expand them by doing the magic eye gestures with your eyes. And you will see the code running inside very coherently. Another option is to look at the light that hits the wall after being additionally refracted through the glass of water. So now we have a diffraction and a refraction pattern all together. You want to be looking at the area after it passed the water, which is different than the light that hits the wall directly. Something about the refractive index of water that makes what we see in the laser even more coherent. It's not clear what yet, we're working on that, but that's the case and it can help people who are having a hard time seeing it.
Two things.
Oh wow.
Two things. You
Yeah.
know, right before you die, they said that you release a bunch of DMT, right?
Okay,
So
to where
that
you see things that you otherwise wouldn't be able to see.
right. So another good video is the video that shows Richard Picard leaving the stratosphere, and it shows the eye. It shows how the nucleus go break through. Pull up.
Oh, you talking about that Hennessy video?
Yeah, that Hennessy
Yeah.
video. Yep, that Hennessy video, that PlayStation video. Like, pull up the Hennessy Richard Picard video and watch how they show the eye. They tell you the truth, how they break through and get to the waters above. There you go. Yep. Watch this.
When a man reaches the edge, after he goes as far as any man can possibly go,
Look at that right there.
Yeah.
That look like that Mariscope.
how does his son continue?
Just like that Mariscope. That's his son at the bottom of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
What's your wild rabbit? Hennessy. Never stop, never.
That's crazy that they make it a Hennessy commercial. And you want to know something? It wasn't until I came into the flat earth that I saw this on like a Terry Eicher video. I never seen this video. I never seen this video until I became a flat earther.
Did they show it break through?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, y'all could see the video, right?
I think that video was a shorter version of the actual video, but it's a PlayStation commercial too that shows them going to they going off they going straight, and then when they break through, it shows nothing but water. I forgot the name of that PlayStation video. It's a place. Type in PlayStation Flat Earth video and see if it comes up. I want y'all to check that out. So they'll show the advanced technology they have back in the ancient times on an ancient boat, but they have very advanced technology showing that we're about the waters above.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit.
That was a dope video though, for real. They
Oh
show the
shit.
eye, just like our eye. Remember you was talking about the eye and the black hole and how the nature of the realm recreates how our eyes look. It's the same thing.
Hold on. So are you familiar with this? Godheart Guardian says, Vlad, play Dan go through Chase Hughes. Chase Hughes. Could you further expound on that, Godheart Guardian? Let's wait to see if what he's talking about. People think Star Wars
Okay.
means something. What you mean? Is it you want me to look at Chase Hughes, or do you want me to do more of Dan go through? Yeah, I used to see the magic eye things all the time. Like you got to let your eyes relax and just kind of peer like out beyond it, like peer behind it, I guess you could say, and then you'll find it. Let your eyes relax. Don't be trying to find shit. That's how you find the stuff, the little puzzles in there. The it's the magic eye, or they called it the eye of something. It was them games. Them games were big in the 90s. Them games were big in the 90s, I remember. So Godheart Guardian, what you talking about? Chase Hughes. I'm gonna look, see what you talking about.
I'm about to find this PlayStation video for you, Vlad. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah. Dan Go Through talks about lasers. Okay. Chase Hughes on Joe Rogan. Spots a liar. Chase Hughes. Let's see. What does Godheart Guardian say? This expounds what we're really going on. Hold on. All right, we're gonna play this by Godheart Guardian. Thanks a lot, bro. We're gonna go ahead and get into that. Stop screen, present, boom. Chase Hughes, boom. That right there. Oh, Dan Go Thoughts. Okay. Let's see what that do real quick.
So Chase is welcome to the family.
It's good to be here. This is so bizarre.
Free Big Bud
So
Buddy Bob Schneider. How you doing? Free Big Bud Schneider.
Lots of just clean, equally perfectly spaced lines of code, like the way that I was imagining it.
Yeah.
And then looking at it, even I can see it now, some, and none of it makes any sense. And if it was a hallucination, it would move.
When you move, you mean? Like when you move, it will move with you. Is what you mean?
Yeah. Or it would morph. Is what I mean. It could morph over time. And these are like object permanent. And I can see stuff in that direction, and I can move this way, and I can see in that direction. Like I'm looking beyond this little thing right here. And it's just weird. And it's even weirder that we can see it with our eye, you know? That there's no microscope here. There's no large hadron collider. We could just like shine a laser on a wall, and there's some.
But you have to bring your consciousness to a different state.
Yeah.
Which actually tells you something very big about what consciousness is. There's a continuum there.
Yeah.
It's not just what it is. There's like there's gradation of it.
Yeah, you get to that state, and it's just.
I think you nailed it with saying that it's weird. I think there's something very bizarre about it. It's like you don't expect to ever see this in your lifetime.
Yeah.
It's not something you ever expect to happen to you.
Yeah. And so it's not, your brain isn't ready for it. And like
I found the video whenever y'all ready.
Put it in the thing.
This is a suggestion.
Private chat.
I've gotten primed to see this stuff. And then I saw the same characters. This is a suggestion. I've gotten primed to see this stuff. And then I saw the same characters that you saw. Identical characters.
It's not just the content. Would you agree that there's something about the way that it appears that makes it clear? You don't need a research grant. Like for you, when you see it, you're like, oh, it's like it is there. Like it's not. No matter how much I told you, it doesn't matter.
Anymore. I'm not really back in that state of consciousness right now. But moving my head down, I can see up. Like there's code back behind here and above it, and there's code back down. And it's almost, for me, it's like I'm looking at something that's on the wall and behind the wall at the exact same time. So it's like later on the wall and 5 feet behind it. So, and then when I try to look up, I can look up, and none of the numbers move or morph or change like we would think, like with a hallucination. Like anytime you're going to have start to occur, they're going to have morphology. You're going to have, because anything that's hallucinogenic, the drug progresses. So I'm going to go through stages of this and stages of that. So things are going to change, but this is constant, and it stays in the same place. And it's as clear as day. There's no like, oh, you need to squint, you need to imagine it, you need to like work on your visualization skills a little bit more, and then like someone's whispering in your ear that, oh, imagine that what if you could see characters in there, and just kind of suggesting these things to you. There's none of that happening. And I'm a pretty skeptical dude, and this is 100% easy to do. You don't need a microscope. You don't need an MRI. You don't need a research grant. You don't need $1 million to perform this thing. And there's no hardcore parameters. Like you throw it on a tripod and it's on a wall beside you. Like there's nothing fancy about this. And this can be duplicated so easily. For me to profess that I know what the F is going on right there, I have none. I have no idea. So if you're watching this, I'm a scientist. No idea what that is, but it is.
That's what I like to hear. You hear that? I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. I like that. I love that. That's where I come. That's my world. And what's going on? Shout out to our sister Heron Song. Heron Song, go ahead. Drop your channel in there, sis. Heron Song, please don't wait on me, sis. Drop that channel in there. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It could be, yes, viewing another dimension, like Chrissy Lee Dahl says in God Heart Guardian. So Vlad, to summarize, after a minuscule dose of DMT crystal being vaporized, they see an actual code behind within the light in the light. Oh my goodness. It's a code. It's a code. But my thing is this. If you see this code, right, that's being, I guess you could say, vaporized, your brain is interpreting it as numbers. What if you're a person or letters? What if you're a person that doesn't understand English letters, so you understand Arabic or you understand Hebrew letters or Ethiopian Hebrew letters? You know what I'm saying? Are you still going to see American English letters, or are you going to see something different that your mind is attuned to or that your mind understands? What do you see? Implication of this. What does it mean? I'm so intrigued. Look, I wouldn't even know. I saw some crazy shit on saliva. Does it mean it was the divine communication with the inner world? Sub Heron Song. Yes, there it is. Yes, make sure you sub our sister Heron Song right there. Screw waiting on Rocket Man. Go find Scotty. I want beamed. 5 hour fuck up. Oh Lord. Barbara, you crazy sis. Oh, wait. Renton, you're here already. Renton, you're here. You're not gone. I saw myself at the bed and shit. Now that's trippy. That's trippy. That's wild. But let's let this dude go ahead and finish up.
It is written in there. There's 100%. There's code inside of that. It's not English. It's not ones and zeros like I thought it would be, like binary code. It's something else, and it's there. And what's amazing is that it doesn't matter if you move the laser. So like if I'm looking at that map over there, and I'm looking at a hill on that map, and somebody shines a flashlight on that map, you can still see the map. You're just seeing different pieces of the map. And that's exactly what it's like. So when Danny was moving this laser up and down, I was just seeing higher code that was up here and then code down here, just like someone was shining a flashlight on it. So it was object permanent. And it was locked in place of like where it is for the most part. There are a few moving parts, some little things that looked like they were like gears, almost like a gear that you would see inside of a
clock,
maybe a cell or something like that. So you know what this reminds me of?
cell.
The movie Contact, where like there's this weird signal, and eventually, if you evolve to a place where you can put this like circus ride thing together with a steel ball with a human in it, then it allows you to transport. But this is like something like, if we kind of are able to figure out what the hell this is, there may be some formulaic structure to it that we can start predicting.
Do you think you have enough in you to do a part of that speech from from Contact? Because you look exactly like her dad in the movie.
Ed Harris.
This is how it's been done for millions of years. And you're an interesting species, an interesting mix. You're capable of such beautiful dreams and such horrible nightmares. And in all of our searching, the only thing that we found that makes this worthwhile is each other.
I think he's supposed to be Ed Harris in Contact. That's weird. That's weird. That's wild. But this whole thing, Jesus. As I wrap my mind around that, let me go ahead and give you a few more maps. Let me do y'all that solid. Let me give y'all a few more maps. Let me give y'all a few more maps as I wrap my mind around that. Share screen. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Okay. There it is. Okay. So there goes the North Pole. We're used to these maps already. We've seen these a million times over. These are the Mercator North. Or, Mercator's not the only one that made these Norths again. We've seen many make the map like this. But what remains consistent are these four heads right here. 1, 2, 3. Sometimes this is complete. Sometimes it's not. 3. And then 4 right here. And then you got this, sometimes this is colored pink and red. Come out right there towards America, towards the United States, right there. Okay. You got Polus Magnetis right here, right? And it empties out, Polus Magnetis right here empties out into the Aenean, what they used to call the Aenean Straits, which now they call the Bering Straits, right over here. Asia on this side, America, parse American land on this side. Okay, next one. And then again, you see, so many people had this freaking picture right here, man. So many people. And it's written out the same way. Look at that. All of these is written out the same way. God, I wish this was in better detail. I don't know what the fuck this say. I wish I had a cleaner, I wish this had more definition in it to where I could see it. At least I could read it and not know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? And then we could get something, a Google Lens or something like that on this bitch at least. I can't even do that. But at least you see it, right? Here it is. This part of the map is consistent. All the time, right? When they give you a North Pole. Always consistent. Now they act as if this motherfucker ain't even there. We don't know what you're talking about. Again, not even this one. Nova, new, and integrated universal orbis. I don't know what orbis is, but I don't know. Description, right? And then some shit right here. Herman, when raid, some stuff. I don't know. But look at that. Look at this, dude. They got this bitch all freaking shown out. But then southern lands. They have a picture of the southern lands. But look at this. Look at how it's split, right? We've been looking at, I know RG's been showing lately, the two hemispheres or the two bowls coming together. And then you have that contact point, or that point of like, it's like the no zone or that neutral zone, that crazy zone in the middle. And then you have this defining feature right here, right? Bowl 1, bowl 2. It remains consistent throughout. Then right here to depict the northern lands and the southern lands. Southern lands. Brasili. I think this is Africa right here. No, let me see. Yeah, this is Africa. This is Africa right here. South Africa. Right? And then South America. This is Regio Patalis. I don't know what that is. Land of something. But this is South America right here. Connecting with what appears to be that part of Antarctica and Antarcticus, right? Circulus Antarcticus, the Antarctic Circle, right? Then right here. They don't even want to talk about this motherfucker right here. They don't even want to talk about this, but they'll talk about this. All right. I don't know if this is Nova Zembla, which is somewhat south of what's going on down here. Nova Zembla, right? I don't know. Let's move right along. Here we go. One more time. Nice and clean. Look at that. All right. Yeah. So, okay. So I guess that is Nova Zembla. Nova Zembla. Okay. Here we go. Look at what's missing. We know what's missing. California or California. This is actually like Alaska region or something like that. In and around here. It's either Alaska or it's damn part of Canada or whatever. But this is so far north. Look at this. Look at what's connected to Asia. Look at this. This is crazy. Sciticus. This is like the Scythians. So if you're into the Bible and you understand or know about the Scythians, they're from around this region. They're like Russians, right? Or that's part of some Russian peoples or these Far East peoples, right? Tartaria. Damn, it's like I'm sounding like I'm trying to freaking read Sesame style. Oceanus Parahoc or Hose e Euripos e Definiter in Serpentrion Ferneter. Here it is. Man, these are pretty dope. These are pretty dope. Greenland, Iceland, Labrador. Wonder if it's got a bunch of dogs on that island. I thought that was like Canada, Labrador. Mari City. Citicus. More of those islands. That's next. Okay. Look at this. Okay. If you look right here, I don't know what that says. But this must be America, South America, Antarctica, right? And then the pole, North Pole right here, or Those four heads. This is two of them. Then on the other side, two more. I don't know what the hell's going on here. It looks like a zodiac type thing. I can't see anything. Let's see. I got to see where these maps are so we could break it down. You know what I'm saying? But these are pictures of the maps that I got today. Here's more stuff, and then you can see the northern lands right next to Greenland, Greenland, right here, right? Pygmy habitant. So pygmies live here. They say it on all these bitches, man. Pygmies live here. Yeah, everybody knows pygmies live here. Pygmies are land of the pygmies. It's just so obvious. Oh, you a midget, dude. Oh, you must be from up north. You look like one of them cats from up north. You know what I'm saying? You must be one of them little midgets from up north, dog. You must be from up there. Land of the pygmies. The UK. Okay, yeah, that's a star. Oh, this is Palkis's star. Nice little star right there. All right, well, that is pretty dope. You want to know what I'm gonna do, family? I feel a little bit incomplete. You want to know what I think is strange before we get up out of here? This is what I think is strange. Oh, my bad. This is what I think is strange. So apparently, Niagara, you had a bunch of giants that lived there. Much of the Northeast, you had a lot of giants, right? In the Midwest, you had a lot of giants. So it's starting to become evident that here in the North American region, we had many giants. Hold on,
Hey,
bro. This is what I find strange. New York, the New York Giants. The New York Giants, yes, it's a football team. Yes, it's a baseball team. But this is one of the older teams or one of the oldest teams in the National Football League, right? New York Giants started in 1925, right? And so with the New York Giants, it's almost as if people back then knew that New York was just known for its giants. Upstate New York, these regions in New York was known for its giants. So what better than call them like you know it, the New York Giants. Now, I'm not saying that because I'm a Giants fan. I grew up as a kid, I grew up as a New York Giants fan, always my favorite team and all that other shit, right? But it wasn't just a football team. It was also the the New York Giants baseball team as well. Um, the Giants were always very well known to be a New York thing. And it wasn't just they moved to San Francisco. The baseball team before they were the San Francisco Giants, they were always the New York Giants. Oh, but then they became they were the New York Giants, a baseball team as well, not just the football team. Yeah. And then Brooklyn, and then then they moved to Cali, and then they became the New York Giants, the San Francisco Giants. I don't know how it happened or why it happened like that, but it was always like a New York thing that Giants came out of New York. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because it's as if the old people knew the Giants come out of New York. The Giants come out of New York. The Giants come out of the Northeast. They come out of New York. New York was known to have giants. And so to have them as a football team or a baseball team, well, they had a Brooklyn Dodgers, but they had the New York Giants baseball team as well. They had a New York Giants baseball team. Yep. Big Apple is for the Giants. Yeah. That is weird. That's
I
strange.
never knew that. That's
Yeah,
like teaching me something.
it's crazy because I'm sitting here thinking about it. I was like, because here's the thing: every state or every city had a team, or every not state, but the city was known for its whatever it was. So the Packers were a union. It was like a unionized thing, right? Green Bay, the Browns, I forget. The Bears, obviously, Bears, Lions, why probably mountain lions. But the Giants was one that I just woke up one morning and I was like, why would they call them the Giants? But the Giants come from a lineage of people that is just strange, right? The Mara family. Mara family is, I think they're from Wales. They're either from Belgium or Wales, one of the two, right? The Maras. And so they're like the owners of the family. And they just have a deep tradition, the old tradition of being in New York and being in New Jersey and being in the Northeast and running the New York Giants football team, and they just have deep ties. And so when they came out with that name, I don't know what possessed them to come out with the name, but it fits. It's appropriate. Like every other team has a reason as to why they have that name. You know what I'm saying? The Giants is no different. It's no different. It's appropriate. It fits.
So Vlad,
Mm-hmm.
I put the video in the chat. It's only 2 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I got another interesting thing about what we was talking about the pigments, right? The emblem of America is 3 of them. It's one in the 1700s. I think it's seven. Is it either 1876 and then there's one in the 1800s? It's 3 of them, right? So the emblem of America, it has the picture of Queen Khalifa with like weapons on her, right? And she's like standing up like she conquered something. And then the other emblem of America has pygmies in them, but they look like people think they're babies, but they look like little strong men. They talk about the pygmies that was on the land that got massacred. So after you look at the video, and it's really a good video. It's only 2 minutes. It's talking about the
Yeah.
edge of the earth, a PlayStation commercial. I
Right.
would like for you to please, before we go, pull up the 3 emblems of America and tell me what you think when you see them.
All right. Where's that link at? The 3
It's in
emblems of
this.
America.
Oh, you just could just type it in. Just type in the
Okay.
emblem of America, and then while you showing the video, I have them all together.
All right. Bet. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna play that real quick. Let y'all see that. And here we go. The hell?
Look at the technology.
That's weird.
You see that?
That's weird. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna share that in the chat. That's weird. That's pretty dope though. That's pretty dope. I'm sharing that in the chat. So
Emblem of America.
did you bring it up?
Give me 2 seconds.
All right. Godzilla was a story. Yeah, Justin Johnson. I was hearing the Who too.
Okay, so type in emblem of America, and then I'll show you which ones to pick. The pictures. That's all you
Okay.
gotta type.
And then go to images.
Yeah, let me see your screen.
Oh, snap. Yes. I've seen, okay. I've seen this.
And the first one start with, it's like they got conquered, like they trying to tell a story. The first one, go to
Yeah.
the first one right there, click that one, bring that one up.
So it's like you see these are black folks, bruh.
Yeah, watch this.
These are Indians, but look at them.
Click it. You just click on it because it's gonna show the
Her
dates.
eyes. Got some
And,
long ass toes too.
and then I want you to click the one underneath, so they show they're gonna have a European lady with the pygmies at the bottom, and then in the back it has like a mirror, like dimensions with the rulers of it. Like it's dope.
Okay.
Like watch. It's the
Well,
two black women, and then finally it's gonna be a white woman.
okay. Wait, did you see the big picture of the lady?
No, it didn't come
No,
up.
hold on. Let me see. Oh, it didn't come up. Okay. Let me make sure I share that because I didn't share that with y'all. My bad. There we go. Here we go.
All right, what's the
This
date on that
er,
one? Watch
this
it. What's the date? Go down.
that's as far. It says 1st of February 1801. 1801. This one.
Okay, so that was the first one, and then further back you'll see. Go down. You see how she got her weapons?
Yeah.
Cause they would know how to. You see, she got the snake. I mean,
It looked
she
like a
wearing a
lion
leopard.
or yeah,
A
yeah.
leopard. You see what I'm
Le-
saying?
leopard, yeah.
And that was the of America. Now
Yes.
go back, go out.
I wonder if this is in like South Carolina. See palm trees here.
I think it's California, cause that's Queen Khalifa.
Okay. Let me get out of this.
I'm gonna
I
show you
think
what's the next one to click. Just go back to the same exact place.
let me just share the screen.
It's been so long. I used to have my dates down packed. My bad, y'all.
Boom. It's all right. Go to the next one right next to it.
Yeah, click on that one. No. Go back. Not that one. I want you to go to the one at the bottom of the one you just about to
This
click
one.
on.
Oh.
Oh, go over. It got a better color on the other one. Yeah, that one. Now
Oh
watch,
snap.
watch this.
Oh snap. Oh
They muscle bound men. That's not no kids.
yeah.
They
I was
say
gonna
that was
say them
little
some
boys.
diesel ass babies, man.
Exactly, because they're men.
Oh shit. Could
You
y'all
see the
see
back.
that?
Look at the tree, and you see the phoenix like they took over or they came and took over.
Yes.
Look at the pilgrim in the background. All the way in the back, you see that hidden pilgrim between the lady and all the way in the back. See that? All the way in the
Oh
background.
shit, right here.
Yeah, they came and invaded. And look at the people.
Oh,
You see the phoenix over the flag?
ass
It
B
tells the
right
story.
here.
Tells the story.
Man, that bitch taller than a motherfucker, dog. You got this eagle with legs.
Now look at those men on the wall, or they pod or whatever they in.
Oh,
You know, like the Matrix had the people at the pod in
all
the
these
tree
fucking
sleeping.
explorers. Columnius, I think, or it's
You know what? I never noticed that right there. That was a dope observation, my boy.
Americius.
Dang, you fire. See, that's why I like to get you to look at stuff. I never realized they had names at the bottom of them.
Sir
Yo,
Walter
that's fine.
Raleigh. Oh
This is
shit, he's
crazy,
like from
right?
around 1600. Him, Sir Walter Raleigh, Doctor Frankenstein, Doctor Frutaliner. I don't know what this is. Doctor Frosier, Fro, Frokier, Falkiner. Washington. G.
See that?
Washington
That's
in the
crazy.
middle. He's like in the middle.
This is deep, bro. You fire, Vlad. I love coming on your show, bro.
A. Adams, J. Adams, John Adams, John Adams. I don't know who, but
And who is
it's.
that? Who is that guy in the background right there? You
And
see that?
look at this, dude.
That's crazy. Like, yeah, we came through and we came with our hands out, and then we attacked and took over.
Yep. Wow, look at that. You see the silhouette of this motherfucker just
Yep.
chilling.
Mm-hmm. He got a hat on, that pilgrim hat.
Yup.
So that you know, symbols tell a lot of stuff. So this is telling a lot, isn't it?
Oh my goodness.
And go to the pygmy. Look how they look. Look how muscle bound. These are men. Those ain't no little boys.
Those ain't no, yeah. These is dudes.
Exactly. And then the next one, the other one got them on top of the standing on
He
top of
must
the other
be,
one
yeah,
symbolic.
he must be in charge. My man
By the
got a
feathers.
crown on his head.
With the feathers, exactly.
What
See,
feathers?
you was yo, Vlad. Boy, you peeped that so quick. Yo, you fired, bro.
Oh my God. See how many toes this woman got on her feet. Just in case.
6.
Because you know what I'm saying? If it was 6, it wouldn't surprise me because she's tall than a motherfucker. Let's see. Wow. Emblem. This one is from 1798. So this is almost going backwards. 1798. And
Yep.
California
It
was
tells a story.
1801. Yes.
Each one go tell a story of what happened, like
So
when
it
she came
goes.
and took over.
Oh.
There's one more. Go back
Look
out to the other one.
also. If you look also, look at what she's pointing. She's like, hey, this is our leadership. Almost like she's saying,
Yeah.
this is me. This is where I'm about. And then you could count them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So this is 10 right here. Up to this point, that's 10. And then you've got 14 states, around 14-ish states in 1898. Excuse me, 1798. September 4th, 1798, it says. Let's scroll on down here and then we could take a look, better look. There it is. See it?
And Queen
September.
Khalifa took over at the end. But there's one more.
Yeah. John Fairburn. John Fairburn. Wow. Minories, London. John Fairburn. And wow, these dudes is all happy. They trust her. Look at her. And she over there pointing at these dudes. Like she's pointing at him. He's in the middle looking all regal and shit. It's almost as if she's pointing, and since him being in the middle, it's almost as if they stem from him. Everything else comes from
The
him.
bloodline, yep.
Yeah.
Family line, yep. That was a good call, Vlad. I ain't even had to say nothing. You did you looked at it and broke it down perfectly.
Well,
That's fire.
if we just going with what we're seeing, I don't know. Like, I could be wrong.
I'm saying though, we getting somewhere.
Look at this. And I don't know if this is a hammer.
The hatchet or something.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like more. Okay. Yeah, a hatchet. Okay.
And when you're done, go to the last one because I like the way how you breaking viewing. You see his feathers. You see how he got feathers and the other dude don't.
Yup.
That lets you know
Well,
Now I'm talking about at the bottom. At the bottom.
oh, right. So it's almost as if he's regal. Like he's like regal, like status, maybe. It could be a status thing. I don't know. He got a feather like skirt. This dude got like a loin, a sackcloth. It looked like a potato sack almost around his waist. He got the axe. He got the bow and arrow. So it's as if he is in charge. It looks like that because of the dress on his head, and this is like his backup or his squire or his help, or the guy that comes along with him, because he's looking a little bit more colorful. But this right here is interesting.
Exactly.
And you know what you don't see? You see the eagle. His head is facing the west, right? I don't see arrows in it, or a olive branch in one hand, because that's what the traditional eagle looks like now. You know what I'm saying? It's got its head facing the west, and one set of talons is holding a bunch of arrows. Another one is holding an olive branch.
And it's kind of resembling the I forgot the name of that symbol, mother something, with the two arms up and the legs, two legs down, and then they got the circle going around it. I forgot the name of that.
Oh, you talking about the Indian goddess?
No, it's African, I think. But
It's who?
it's a worldwide universal thing. It's called Mother something.
Okay, I
It's the
won't bore.
symbol with the two arms straight up, two legs down, and then the circle around it. Cause they had it in that show, the Scar Giver. It was the Scar Giver that had 2 seasons. It had 2 episodes. I mean, 2 seasons, and the last season was called the Scar Giver. Hold on, let me see.
Mm-hmm. I don't watch TV really, so I'm over here looking at these right here. Let's see what the hell. What's this shit say?
It was called Rebel Moon. The show was called Rebel Moon. That was the name of it. But it's an ancient symbol. What the hell? I can't think of the name of it right now. I'm gonna figure it out in 2 seconds.
Wow.
Go to the other one. Watch that. She like, yeah, we did it.
Hold on. Oh wow. Look at. I'm gonna show you this one. This one you're not directing me to, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna present it to everybody. Boom. Look at this. You can't see him because he's
That's the
dark
one
than a
I'm talking about.
motherfucker.
That's
Oh,
it.
this one?
Yeah, that's the third one.
Oh, I was like, yo, hold on. Let's see if we could blow it up. Look at this bitch, man. She's tall than a motherfucker. To the memory of George Washington, something 1799. Born on born on February 17. Wait, okay, yeah. So it's born on February something, died at something December. Okay, 1732, I think, and then it says died December 17. I think it says 1799. I don't know. Emblem of America, but I can't. It says April something. I can't see the rest of this shit down here, man. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me make sure you guys could see what I'm seeing, so I could go ahead. My bad, y'all. So this is down here at the bottom of this. Where the fuck this at? Where is this? Where is this? An emblem of America is say down here. All right. It says April something. April's 20th, 17 something. I can't even see the rest. My bad. But here's this lady, and it says to the memory of George Washington, right there, born on February, dun, 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 died on blah 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 December, and I think this is 1799 right here. And then you can't see him because he's dark as hell, but he's right here. He's right here. You can see the headdress, you can see the skirt he's wearing, you can see his eyes, and you can see, yeah, like his hands right here. Wow. And he dark than a motherfucker, man. Big tall ass Sigourney Weaver looking bitch. Look at her. She tall as hell, man. And I wonder if this is a dude or if it's a pygmy. Because she's just tall as hell. I'm starting to think it might be a pygmy. But we can't see how many stars are on here. Because in the last set of stars, we had 14. I don't know how many we have here. But you have a eagle. You have an eagle right here. But the difference here is that the flag is also frayed. You see it? It's not like a bad frame, but it's got the golden trimming on the outside. You see that? It's different. It's different. I could tell you in the military, these flags mean something. When the flags have no trimming, it's a regular ensign. When it's got this golden trimming, means a whole lot of different shit. So right here, you got, I don't know if y'all can see it. Can y'all see it? Let me make sure y'all can see it. Yeah, I was pointing it out already. There it is. You can see that golden trimming right here. This is weird. Look at this. Would you look at that? Where is this motherfucker, though? Where is this bitch? Because if it's in the Northeast, I could very well go see it. Oh, and look at that. Look at this motherfucker right here. You got this bitch down here, too. I don't know if y'all saw it.
Fire.
You see him?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's about to kill this dude or if they're just out hunting.
I got to find this symbol for you, man. Please let me find it.
Wow. Would you look at that? Look at that. And man, the land looks just wild and a mug. Look at that. And I don't know if these are spear tips or if these are supposed to be trees. I'm going to say that they're maybe they're trees. I don't know. But I keep getting spear tips, thinking spear tips, because everything else looks like some kind of foliage out here. But these just look so sharp. I can't, like what is this? What is this? These look too sharp to be palm trees. Not palm trees, but pine trees, excuse me. Like little Christmas trees or something. Everything else doesn't look like an exaggerated tree. Looks like a fucking tree. This looks like a freaking tree. This looks like a palm tree of sorts, right? Big ass palm tree. Waterfall. I don't know what this is at the very edge of this cliff right here. But you got these two dudes down here. One of them is, if the contrast was a little bit better, maybe we could see. I don't know. Maybe they made it this way deliberately with these two dark men. I don't know if they're fishing or what, but they're down here though.
I think they got another one that gives you a better thing.
More contrast, better?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because what's this back here? Little coconuts. And what's that down here? What is this? What is this behind him? What is that? It's too defined to be nothing in the background like that. What is that? Yeah, I'm going to get out of this one real quick. That's crazy. It's okay. Let me go back to this right here, y'all. My bad. My bad, y'all. Okay. What you got, Netta? Oh, you want me to go back to the thing?
No, you're right. You good. I'm still trying to find this ancient symbol. The ancient symbol is like a stick body, right? And it got the right arm and the left arm sticking straight up. It got the head, and then they got the legs straight. I mean, the body going straight down with the legs doing the same thing the arms doing, and they got the sun and moon going around it. It's an ancient symbol. I can't think of the name of it though, and it's really frustrating me.
So, all right. So, Godheart Guardian saying that symbol on the tapestry is the star of Remphan. So the star of Remphan is the Star of David, right? But I could see the head and the wings and the feet, but there's nothing coming down in between like a Star of David. So I could kind of see it. Hold on. Where are we at? Boom, boom. Let's go here. Let's scroll down. This is wow. Look at that. Yeah, we saw that already. You see this? Let's see what the hell this says. Hold on, y'all. It's coming up. It's a brewing. Hold on. Okay. Oh shit. No, I didn't. Doesn't give me nothing. Hold on. Okay. All right. So let's show y'all this one right here. Here's another one on that ancient American maps thing. Bam, right there. Check this out. This is Africa. This is America. But this is Africa. Slave trade abolished. What? Slave trade abolished 1806. Trading slaves was abolished 1806. You got a snake crawling up a palm tree, and you got two guys down here. She got what looks like 5 toes, like a normal foot. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. 15 stars I count. Count 15 stars on this thing. And this is, again, if you look at the flag, it's different. This isn't your traditional ensign. Look at this bitch. Again, look at the trimming on this bitch. This is not a See, here's the thing, y'all. Anytime you go to somebody's house, it's not just for decoration. You got to understand that an ensign, normal ensign, will not come with this trimming on the edges unless something is going on or unless somebody's being properly represented, right? Unless it's like the court or a king or a president or something, right? But it's just funny how this thing is coiling up and around this little pylon right here with these two dudes basically at the base of it. What the hell is this? And then behind him, he got an alligator, I think, or some lizards of sort, some lizard of sorts. What am I looking at here? So this chief, slave trade abolished. Slave trade abolished. So this is what I find interesting. You know, in Africa, how they have them big, thick ass trees. You have that right here. Big, thick trees. Them big trees. I forgot what they call them. I think it's baobab, if I'm not mistaken. But them trees, the trunks are huge. And they are like extremely girthed up. They're mad thick, these trees in Africa. That might not be baobab, but this comes with the date also. London. Oh, look at that. Of course, conveniently 1807. It says that this is made in 1807, but the rest of this is scratched out. I find that nice and convenient. Wow. Get this thing. And she's got like vitiligo or some shit. Look at her eyes. Her face. Yeah. Okay. And again, look at her. Look at what she's doing. Pointing again. See that? She's pointing to these dudes again. Left hand pointing at these guys, or pointing at a man, or maybe she's pointing at the snake's tail. I wonder what the serpent is there for. That's weird. They both got spears. Look at this dude right here. Nothing too wild. Wonder if that's made of gold. See this lizard right here. Huh. Interesting. Interesting stuff indeed. Interesting stuff indeed. Okay, let's see. Let's go to the next one. Is there a next one? Yes, there is. Hold on. We got that. We got that. We got this. We got that. We got that. Wow, this is weird. An emblem of America. Wow, this is crazy. Australoid. What? What? Let me show y'all this. This is wild.
Appreciate it, Vlad.
Here's another one. The Australoid. An emblem of America. Painting showing a black Native American. This is a black Native, and this is wow. Wow. Can y'all see that? Hold on, let's see what this is right here. Oh, and they're trying to say Australoid. Negroid, Mongoloid, like Asian they say. Australoid. Xanthocroid. Caucasian. Wow. The most important of them all, the white man in the middle, of course. Look at him. Looking all regal and shit. They got this motherfucker looking all regal with his mutton chops and shit.
Cause back then they call it Thai Mary. It wasn't called America, it's called Thai Mary. Cause like in Florida, you would see all the pygmies or Indians or whatever. All of them was dark-skinned people with weapons on them.
Okay. Wow. I did not. Thai Mary, you said?
Yeah, Thai Mary.
Thai Mary, let me. Okay. Thai Mary, I didn't know that. Hold on. Look at these dudes. And then they said she's Chinese. Wait, this is the Chinese folks. This is the black. This is the Australoid. So these are from the southern parts. I wonder if this is the southern parts of America. Because it's the Austra. Anytime they say the Australoid, the Austra something, it's in the South. So I wonder if it means South America or the southern part of North America, like Florida, like the Seminoles.
Florida. Yeah, exactly. You saying it.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Because it's gonna show Florida. I'm about to show you that one. Hold on. It's T apostrophe MERI and then type in Floridians.
Floridians. Okay. Malay right here. Malanorohoric. I don't know what that. Malalanochronik. Melanochronic down here. Okay. Wow. And then right here. Oh wow. Look at all these. Damn. And you want to know what's crazy? Is there's some of us that come from Africa, but you could just see these people, and these are some of these people are your neighbors. And
Ancestors.
and your neighbors, your ancestors, your family. Look at this. And I'm just looking at these features. I'm looking at these faces. And I'm just like, I've seen these people before. I see them. I grew up with them. Oh my goodness. This is just crazy. That's just crazy. What you got for me? What you got for me? What you got for me, Brenton?
I'm still trying to find it.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Let me
find
go.
it.
Yeah, do your thing. Let me go to the let me go to this one real quick. Let me go to that one. Wow. Moors in America. Okay, we seen that one. What's this one all about? Look at this. Jesus. We ain't never gonna know nothing about this place. This is just crazy. There's so much we gotta dig up. Man. Oh, my bad, family. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna share it with y'all. I apologize. I'm gonna share the screen. So this is one of the Moors in America. Look at how he's dressed. Red, white, and blue. Wow. It's almost as if it's an emblem of Africa. I don't know what year that is. I gotta see where these things are being held, but you see a bird behind them. And it looks like a fiery bird. And you see these dudes in a little canoe in the back. Right there. He got his bow and arrow. He chilling. Palm tree. Crossing up on each other. Look at this thing. He got an arrow ready to go. They ain't all just flush inside that little quiver. Wow. Let's go right there. So, wow, that is just crazy. Roman goddess Minerva is admittedly on the Great Seal of California. Yup. Likely same for other states. Little g gods, goddesses, progeny, are the giant. Little g gods, goddesses, progeny. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I wonder, Maria, if Minerva is also the. I wonder if that's her. If that's her with the big torch in her hand, and she got them stars around her head. Mad Mac is in the house. How you doing, Mad Mac? Federal Capitol. Why is a Native American woman on the federal Capitol? Wow. That's just weird. This whole thing is just strange. Hold on. I'm going to get to that. Hold on, y'all. See what this is right here. Oh, Lord. Nah. Okay, better. Okay. Oh, boy. And then it won't let me zoom in. It won't let me zoom in. Emblem of Europe. Emblem of Asia. I'll let you see him. I'll let you see him. That way y'all ain't missing out. I apologize, y'all. So this right here, they're calling the emblem of Asia. And let me go ahead and maximize that for y'all. Okay. They're calling this the emblem of Asia, the emblem of Europe. Look at that. And then you see the freaking, you see the god or goddess over here with the scales for justice. Little tassels right there. And what looks like a column of sorts, a series of arrows that appear in here, a lyre right there, and a globe. How interesting. How interesting. Bringing their new world lies into the new world or into the old world, whatever you want to call the United States, but they're bringing their lives with them over to the West. Huh, look at that. So here's that again. I'm thinking these right here are trees. There goes the midget again. That lady, legs crossed, chilling. Oh, look at that. And then on her dress, is, it looks like North America. Hold on. Oh Lord. Hold on. Let me see if I can zoom in this way. Y'all look at her dress. Y'all look at her dress. You see that? Oh God. Oh my God. If y'all could see that, you could see these lands right here. Yeah, it looked like North America right there. Looked like a North America like stitched into her dress or something. It looked like a big piece of land right here. I can't really tell what it is, but it's me assuming it's North America. I don't know. Okay. Emblem of Asia, and then emblem of Africa. Somebody harpooned the fuck out this damn tiger. Got him right in the back of his neck. I think this is a lady. For my own reasons, I think it's a lady hunting. She got him in the back of the neck. Let's see what we got right here. What I think is funny is this is Asia, right? So Asia, I'm thinking more Asia Minor. This dude running from this fucking Lego alligator right here. Y'all see it? Oh no, let's go back. Let's look at this alligator right here. Oh God. Chasing this dude. That's pretty wild. But you have this column standing on its own. You've got a castle over here. You know what's crazy? Is almost this is how it's arranged. You have let's say the pyramids of Egypt. Then you have the columns of either Rome or Greece. And then they're collapsed. So it's almost like this is the old world, right? Or the changing of the guard. Then you have this one column standing by itself, but it's on the other side of this figure right here, right? This column standing all by itself. And then you have a castle right here. And typically the castles, it looked like, were out there in like on this side of the world, right? Right above Africa or right above Europe, right? The UK is where they would have castles like this. At least this is what we were taught. This is what we think we see, right? They have many castles like this. Not saying that they're not in Italy, but you find them more in the UK, probably France or something. But look at that. But you have an alligator down here. That's the weird thing. What is an alligator doing on this side of of all that I thought that I've surmised. Maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. Got shoes on in the traditional sense, right? That's what they would wear in those curled up. He got a book that he's hiding shit. Hiding shit in the book. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. Whew, man, family. We 4.5 hours in. To her side, where was the star of Remfam? Called Rome, the city of seven hills. Rome, yes. I just learned this too, that it was called Rome, apparently. Netta, you're back.
So, and that one emblem we were showing with that bird, it was really trying to personify the Great Mother, and that's why they had the lady. But I couldn't find the exact Great Mother symbol that was showing that. But it's just one straight line going straight down, and then it has two straight lines with the arms up and two straight lines with the arms down, and the head is a straight line. So that they were just talking about the Great Mother. So that woman was representing the Great Mother. From a universal law perspective. But I can't find the exact picture because it'll click when you see it. But if you look up the Great Mother and keep looking, you might find it. But it's an ancient artwork of the Great Mother, and that's what that bird was symbolizing in that flag, like the Great
Oh,
Mother. That's why the woman was. You see what I'm saying?
was holding it, yeah.
And they moved and put the European woman in there instead of you know.
Instead of all, they
You see what I'm
colorized
saying?
it. Oh my
Yeah,
God,
yeah.
yes.
But that was a
Wow.
fire bill, just how you was breaking stuff down, and that was deep. I loved it. You know what I'm saying? That's how you do it.
Oh shit, man.
And it tells a story. You see what I'm saying? We just got to find
Yeah,
out exactly what it's saying. The more research we do, but it tells a very good story about what happened and how they conquered the land and all that stuff.
right. Damn. And they strategically scratch out some shit too. I noticed that shit
Yeah.
ain't done, man. I'm like, come on, man. They be
You going too deep. That's why everybody. That's why the internet acting up. You going deep. Somebody said they can't use their phone ain't working. My phone ain't working. That's
shit.
crazy.
Internet acting up. But shit, family, man, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna call tonight a night, bro. You got
Appreciate
any
it.
last words for us, Netta?
I appreciate y'all, man. Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love to you, Vlad, and everybody in the chat, everybody on the call. And this was a great bill. And I'm gonna look into more into it because I haven't done that one in a long time. Because I used to have all my dates together, so I can
Yeah,
explain it better. So I got to go back and sharpen my knife. But I appreciate you, brother. That was a great bill, man. And
bro.
tell them global to
Anytime.
stop being scared, man.
Yeah, man. They'll probably come at me next week, and I'm gonna have the energy for them though. Or on Friday they're gonna be there, so I'm gonna have that energy for them, waiting on them.
And
I'm
watch
gonna
how
be
much
swatting
comments
on
we
them.
see in a minute. When you go out the bit, when you close out, we gonna see everybody commenting all these genius ideas and all this crazy stuff. Where y'all was at when the link was here? Like, stop it. I'm
Yep.
gonna respond to each one of them too.
All right, then. Hey, Walking Axel, I see you, man. I see you, Walking Axel. Mad Max in the house. I see you too. What's happening? Oh man, One Mind, One Spirit said, "What's up to you?" 7 minutes of freedom. I think I said, "What's up to you?" But hey, ain't nothing wrong with two highs. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening, y'all? What's happening, man? Hopefully, I didn't miss nobody. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, I didn't miss nobody. Except for Serious Business. You be here every week, man. And so I gotta say, what's up to you? Serious Business is in the foundry. What's happening?
Vlad, what you think
Yup,
about that PlayStation video? You
man,
see
that
how
shit
they
was
was acting
crazy.
like they was in ancient times, but had advanced technology and holograms, and when
Yup.
they got closer to the edge of the wall, but it was water. How they had the plants growing and stuff started growing and stuff like that. Like that
Mm-hmm.
video was kind of symbolic, you know,
That's just wild, man.
about the lands beyond and how the primordial noons is the nautica, the water. You see what I'm saying? So supposedly, if you go in outer space, it's really water. You know, the waters from the waters. You separate the
Right.
waters from the waters.
From the waters, right. So that's, I don't know if that's waters above, but we got waters below. That might be waters outside because we have a waters within.
The great oceans. It's more.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. God Heart Guardian, what's happening, family? I didn't say hi to God Heart Guardian. I was just sitting there making requests and shit, asking for shit, not even saying what's up, not showing no love. But family, for all you guys that have channels, listen, drop your channels in here, okay? And for all you guys that plan on having channels, hey, let us know so we can go to your shit, so we can watch you, so you could be on here for like 4 hours, 8 hours, 7 hours. You know what I'm saying? So you could be playing on a Thursday night, getting ready for a Flat Earth Friday. You understand? But real talk, even though I'm sitting over here talking shit, shout out to you, Renton. Thanks for coming on, man. You amazing, man. Thanks a lot, brother. You definitely help out. Black Light, thank you, brother, for coming on. Right? Mr. Mike over from Austria. Good to have you, family. Good to have you. Good to have our brother Mike. Mike was on here earlier from Austria. And then but now it is what it is. But family, I really appreciate y'all. Let's Memorial Gardens. What's happening, family? I didn't miss you. I got you. And so yeah, man. Let's go ahead. Let's go get this sleep. Cause I gotta be up in like 5 hours right now. I'm over here fucking off. So let's go ahead. Let's get this sleep. And yeah, man, let's do it again on Friday. Let's do it again on Friday. Hell, with what I come up with, I might come back on tomorrow. I don't know. But if JJ's on tomorrow, or if Blacklight's on tomorrow, or if Old Me No More is on tomorrow, I'm gonna let y'all do y'all's thing. I am definitely not gonna step on your toes. So yeah, man, tonight was a good night. Tonight was a good show. Thank you for that, Netta. Thank you for that, y'all. And we really appreciate everything you gave to us today. I am going to take my black ass again to bed, and I'm going to stop talking shit. But before I do, I'm going to leave y'all with my blessing, family. I wish you guys health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all, wisdom, family. Be sure to tune in again on Friday or sometime this week. All you guys, again, if you have a channel, drop that link in there. And with that, y'all, I love y'all. I'm out. Let's get some Jeffersons in here. Peace. We're going out of here.